A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Aces.
Brother Johnny finally forgot his pride and went to work at the great Everett department store, owned by his millionaire father-in-law. But he insisted on going to work there incognito. This episode takes place a few nights later, about 9 o'clock, and is in alternating scenes between the Aces bungalow and a section of the mammoth warehouse of the department store. But first to the Aces, where we find Jane and Mr. Ace keeping cool on their front porch. Listen.
I don't think it's as hot tonight as it was last night.
Mm-hmm.
But it was as hot this afternoon as it was yesterday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
I think when the evenings out here aren't very cool, it's a sign it was awfully hot in the afternoon. It takes time to cool things off.
Mm.
I had a letter from Mother, and she said it was so hot back home they could fry an egg on the sidewalk.
Oh.
But I think fried things in the summer are the worst things you can eat. I wrote and told her so. She ought to be careful. Is that a breeze?
Mm.
Oh, say something. I can't sit here talking.
What?
I said, was that a breeze? It's gone now. It's too late. I thought I felt a little breeze, but it's... Oh, there it is again. Feel it?
Yeah, I better go in and get my top coat.
Oh, it's gone. Look how quiet those trees are. Nothing moving. You know, it reminds me of that poem. Was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
This night reminds you of the night before Christmas?
Well, the part about not a creature was stirring.
Yes, I know, Jane.
Yes. Isn't it quiet? Listen to the critics.
The critics?
Hush there. Well, that's a sign it's going to get hotter. It can't get much hotter around here, though. Our thermometer can't get any higher than it is. Oh, there's a falling star. Hurry, dear, make a wish.
I wish you'd keep quiet about how hot it is.
Oh, I'm just trying to make conversation.
No, I don't like small talk.
Well, you can't talk loud around here. You want people to think we're fighting? Oh, there goes a cloud over the moon. I wouldn't be surprised if it rained one of these days.
I wouldn't either. Miracles happen around here. Your brother went to work. That was the
Dear, I told you not to mention that.
Yeah, I know. It's quite a disgrace for Johnny to be working.
No, not a disgrace. I told you he doesn't want anybody to know he's working there. I'm sorry I told you.
You didn't have to tell me. I knew about it. Everybody knew it. Marge, everybody.
Yes, but everybody's got to keep it a secret. Dumb's the word.
Yeah, you said it.
You know how upset he'd get if he knew we knew he was working. He just thinks Alice and her father know.
I'm surprised he's still there. I wonder what kind of a job he picked out for himself.
Oh, I don't know, but he gets $18 a week.
$18? That's the guy that thinks of money in terms of 4 figures only.
Well, $18 can be 4 figures, like a 1 and an 8 and a period and 2 odds.
Yes, that's $18, all right.
Well, it gives him spending money, and he doesn't have to ask Alice for money.
Imagine living in that mansion with all those servants and those big cars and working for $18 a week. That ought to be a come down for him. That ought to make him realize that he's not the big shot that he thinks he is.
Oh, is that car stopping here?
I don't know. It's so dark.
I think it is. Why, yes, it is. Shall I turn on the porch light?
No, never mind. Somebody probably just parking here and going across the street.
Oh, no, they're not. He's coming up here.
Is that you, Jane?
Oh, yes. Is Alice there?
Oh, can you see all right, Alice?
Yes, I'm all right.
Are you alone? Where's Johnny?
That's what I'd like to know.
Hello, Alice. Sit down.
Thank you.
What do you mean that's what you'd like to know?
I'm worried. Why, do you know that for 3 nights now, Johnny's been going out right after dinner?
Going out where?
Well, he said he's going back to the store to work.
Working nights, too? Well, speaking of miracles...
But what's there to do at night?
Oh, your father ought to be able to answer that.
That's just it. Father's out of town. And for 3 nights now, I've had to stay there in that big home alone. I can't stand much more.
Well, you can always come over here.
Oh, it's not that. I'm worried about him. Why does he have to work nights?
Well, the only answer I can figure out is that he's trying to make up for all the years that he's been loafing.
Oh, you know that's not it. Sometimes I even wonder if he is working.
What?
Oh, now, Alice, you're talking about my brother.
Well, he's my husband.
Why, he's as innocent as a new mown hay. Why, Johnny
All
wouldn't
right,
do that.
Jane, don't get worked up.
I tried to talk to him tonight. I tried to make him stay home. But he said he had things to do at the store. It's been 3 nights now that he's gone back to the store, and he doesn't get back till after midnight. What does he do there?
Well, did you try asking him?
Yes, I finally came right out and asked him point blank. All he said was that he had work to do and a chance to make some extra money.
Extra money. Oh, by the way, what department is he working in?
In the fur department, fur coats
Well,
and
this is what time of the year, funny time of the year for fur coats to be busy.
I know it. That's why I'm beginning to wonder if he
Oh,
really...
he probably does go down there. I don't doubt that part of it. It's just what he's doing there.
I offered to drive him there tonight, but he refused. Said it wouldn't look right for an $18 a week employee to be driving up in a big car.
Well, how does he go?
On a streetcar or bus.
Well, that's quite a come down for Johnny. Why don't you call up the store during the day and try to find out just what
Well,
it
I
is?
thought of that, too, but I don't know what name he's working under.
He hasn't told you the name he's
He
using?
hasn't told me a thing. If I only knew what name he went under, I might be able to find out something about these things.
But this new mug that just went to work, this Joe Smith, I don't think it's safe to bring him in on this.
Listen, Joe's okay. I felt him out for 2 days.
Yeah? What'd he say?
Said he was always interested in making some easy money.
Did you tell him what the racket was?
No, I thought I'd leave that up to you. But he's okay. Don't worry about Joe.
What kind of a guy is he?
Well, he's a regular sort. We talked it over like you told me. I kind of hinted around that $18 was pretty small pay for the kind of work we do, and that we might get a chance to make some really important dough.
Yeah?
And he wanted to know how. I told him just to keep his eyes open and his mouth shut. He might be cut in. He ought to be here now. Guess he had trouble finding the place.
Stranger in town, is he?
Yeah. Said he came from up north somewhere.
I wonder how they happen to put on a new man this time of year. Furs ain't so important right now.
He said they expected a big season.
Yeah, I should say they do. You ought to see the stuff they're shipping in every day. We ought to clean up enough to fix us for life. Them storage vault furs are going to be easy. We go through those tonight.
That must be Joe.
Okay, let him in. And let me do the talking.
Sure, Tom. I understand.
Hello, buddy. Travel late?
I was wondering where you were.
Couldn't find the place. It's sure dark around here.
I thought you might have trouble. Oh, Joe, this is Tom. He's in charge of the fur storage.
Hi, boy.
Hello, Tom.
Bobby's been telling me you're new here.
Yeah, just flew into town looking for work. Sure lucky to find it, too. I was up against it.
Yeah? Ever done any of this kind of work before?
Well, no. But between you and me, I told Crandall, the guy that hired me, that I knew all about the fur business, and he fell for it. Buddy's been showing me the ropes.
He's okay, Tom. Catches on fast.
Yeah? What was your racket before you got here?
Racket?
He means, what did you do?
Oh, as best I could. You know, $1 here and $1 there.
So you're interested in making a little extra dough, are you?
Oh, sure. Always interested in making a little more money.
Well, we might have a chance for you, and it might be more than just a little extra.
Yeah? How?
How's your nerve?
Nerve?
Yeah, can you take it when it comes to doing something that might be just, what you might call, legitimate?
Oh. What Tom means is...
He knows what I mean.
Well, I don't think I do. What's the game?
The game is to keep your eyes open and your mouth shut. Think you can do that?
Is that all?
No. You got to lend a hand here with the stuff in storage.
Oh, as far as the stored here, huh?
That's for a starter, yes.
I think I get it.
Every night we put away a few.
Yeah?
That's up to you and Buddy. You've got to box them and see that they get on a freighting truck when it pulls up here in a few days.
Yeah?
Think you can do that?
Yeah, I think I can.
Sure he can. Come on, let's get going.
Wait a minute. Where do I come in?
You'll get yours. You get a century a night.
$100?
Yes, Joe, it's easy money.
Well, I'll say it is. $100 a night. Come on, let's get started.
Well, I can understand it, Alice. He only gets $18 a week, and he wants to make some extra money.
Oh, suppose he does make a couple of dollars more. It's not the money. Staying home alone night after night.
Well, but you wanted him to go to work.
Yes, and haven't I regretted it? As soon as Father gets back.
Yeah, you can take it up with him.
But that won't be for a couple of weeks yet. I can't go on like this. Jane, you're his sister. Can't you do something about it?
About being his sister? No, it's too late for that.
Quiet, you.
Well, she said...
Please, Jane, I'm a nervous man. Will you let me talk this over with Alice alone?
Oh, if that's going to be
that's
the
going to be the way we're going to do it. Now, Alice, let me see. What would be the best plan to get at this? What you're interested in is having him home nights.
Yes.
How about trailing him? How about waiting around the store after he leaves home? You can get there ahead of him if he goes on a streetcar, like you said, park there someplace, and then see if he shows up.
And if he doesn't, you want me to torture myself thinking all sorts of things? No, thank you.
Oh, you don't want to know, is that? You women are certainly...
Well, I think that's good about driving there and seeing if he comes to the store or not. I like that.
Oh, you like that idea?
Uh-huh.
Then there must be something wrong with it. Let's think of something else.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. Oh, I know. How about driving down there now and waiting till he comes out and then surprise him?
Now?
Yes, Alice says he doesn't come home till after 12. Well, we can wait there and see if he comes out.
Oh, no, not me. I'm not going traipsing around town till midnight on a wild goose chase.
He is not. If he says he's working, I know he is. I believe Johnny. And I'm ashamed of Alice for thinking the thing she does, the idea. If he says he's working, then he's working. Absolutely. And besides, if he doesn't come out, then we'll know he wasn't telling the truth.
Oh, you believe him, though.
I'll say the word. Come on, let's go. We can go in Alice's car.
Oh, you think we should?
Well, I don't like staying up till midnight.
Oh, it's too hot to sleep anyhow, dear. I've got to find out. After all, he's my brother.
And are you your brother's keeper?
No, I'm my brother's sister.
Oh, you're your brother's sister,
yes. Come on, let's go, Alice. Come on, dear.
Well, Jane and Alice and Mr. Ace are due for a surprise when they find Johnny's not at the department store. But is Johnny really working for some extra money, or is he playing fox? We'll learn more details when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with How High the Moon. Friends, I can tell you how quick and easy Jell-O is to make, and I can tell you how thrifty it is, too. But when it comes to flavor, well, you'll simply have to try Jell-O yourself. A clear, shimmering mold of lime Jell-O will give you the idea in no time at all. You'll be struck first by its brilliant jewel-like color, so gay and inviting. And with your first taste, you'll notice something else, extra rich flavor, alive with all the tart, tingling goodness of real fresh limes. Yes, friends, Jell-O is a swell, satisfying dessert, no matter how you serve it, no matter which of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors you choose. So try some tomorrow. The name Jell-O is printed on each package in big red letters. That's how you can be sure of always getting genuine Jell-O with its grand, extra-rich flavor, now better than ever. The Moon, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we continue with the description of our trip to Yosemite in Jack's Maxwell. As you remember, last week our little party finally reached the gates of Yosemite National Park, only to find that it was closed for the night.
Darn it.
Being tired and weary, we decided to stay right there in the car until morning. And before we could nod off to sleep, we heard a clap of thunder, and it started to rain.
Here it comes. Well, we might as well get some sleep. Good night, fellas.
Good night, Jack.
Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night. Dennis, you don't have to put your pajamas on. Good night, Mary. Pleasant dreams.
Keep 'em.
Oh, nuts. Everything has to happen to me.
Well, it's your own fault. If you'd had a decent car, we'd have been here 2 days ago.
Well, it can't be helped now. Good night, Mary.
Good night. I didn't want to come to Yosemite anyway. I don't know how I ever let you talk me into it.
All right, Mary. I'm trying to sleep.
Come on up to Yosemite, Mary. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll play around in the snow. Fine lot of fun.
Mary, will you please be quiet? We're all trying to get a little sleep. My goodness.
Some car.
Oh. Now, look, Mary, you might as well make the best of it. It's raining. The park gates don't open until 6 o'clock in the morning, so quit beefing and get some rest.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Why'd you ever leave Waukegan?
Mary, would it make you feel any better if I killed myself right now? Right in front of you? Look at Don. He's sound asleep already. Are you asleep, Don?
Only my feet.
Oh. How about you, Dennis? Dennis, are you comfortable?
Yeah, this is fun.
Oh, you've been having fun ever since your nurse dropped you.
Boy, what I go through. I take the whole gang on a wonderful trip, and this is the thanks I get. Oh, well, I might as well try and get some rest. Oh, fine. Listen to Rochester. Rochester, close your mouth. Rochester.
Let me see them dive.
Rochester, we can't sleep with that snoring going on.
I'm glad you woke me up, boss. I was right in the middle of a crap game.
How'd you make out?
Pretty bad. I can't even dream myself rich.
I'll go back to sleep. Maybe your luck will change. Good night.
Good night, boss.
Gee, I wish this rain would stop. Oh, well, it's good for the farmers.
6 hours later. It is now the following morning, and our little group awakens to find themselves in a natural setting of breathtaking beauty. The sun is just rising over the snow-capped mountains. Birds are twittering in the giant redwoods. What a picture Mother Nature has painted.
Come on, fellas. Come on, come on. Wake up, everybody. Come on, it's 6 o'clock. Wake up. Wake up, everybody.
Stop with that bugle.
Up, Mary. We got to get going. You too, Don.
What time is it, Jack?
6 o'clock. Come on, kids. Up, up, up. Be happy and gay. It's a brand new day. Come, come.
Oh, put your toupee on.
I don't wear any and snap out of it. And listen, everybody, I'm going to give you just 10 minutes to be cheerful, or you'll have to pay for your own rooms. Are you up, Dennis?
Yeah. Oh, boy, look at that scenery. Isn't it beautiful?
It sure is. And look at those giant redwood trees. You know, Dennis, they're called sequoia.
They are?
Yes, you see, sequoia is an Indian word meaning heap big tree.
Hey, Throwing Bull, when do we catch him breakfast?
We'll eat as soon as we get to the hotel. Come on, Rochester, we're ready to go.
Okay, boss.
How you feeling?
Fine. I broke even in that crap game.
That's good. Toot the horn, Rochester, so we can get to the ranger out here and pay our entrance fee into the park. Gee, the air is brisk up here, so snappy. Here comes the ranger now. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Up bright and early, I see.
Yes, we want to get an early start. It's so beautiful here in the morning, especially the sun coming through the sequoias. You know, sequoia is an Indian word.
Oh, really?
Yes, it means big tree. And Yosemite is an Indian word, too.
You don't say.
Yes, sir.
You seem to be quite well informed about the park.
Yes, I read all about it in this little booklet here. It explains everything.
I know, I wrote it.
Oh. Well, here's the $2 entrance fee. Now, which road do we take to get to the Ahwahnee Hotel?
That's on page 5.
Oh, I must have missed that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, Rochester, let's go. Where's Dennis? Oh. Now, let's see. It says here in the book that the Ahwahnee Hotel is 4 miles straight ahead.
We ought to make that today. We got an early start.
Oh, we'll be there in half an hour.
All ready to go, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Dennis, hop in. Let's get started, Rochester.
Okay, boss.
Well, here we are inside the gate. Gosh, I never saw such beautiful scenery in my life. You know, man is so insignificant compared to the majestic grandeur of this supreme phenomena of nature.
What page is that on?
Made that up myself.
Say, Jack, I can't understand why there isn't any snow here in the valley.
Well, it's been a very mild winter, Don, but there's plenty of snow just a short drive from the hotel. It's up at Badger Pass.
Are we all going skiing this afternoon, Mr. Benny?
I don't know about you fellas, but I am. Boy, I can't wait till I get into my ski outfit and go zooming down those hills 60 miles an hour. Whee!
Take it easy, brittle bones.
Don't worry. I'll surprise you, Mary Livingston.
Say, boss, are you sure this is the right road to the hotel?
I think so, Rochester. We just passed a sign back there. What did it say?
It was printed, boss. I'm a longhand man.
Well, stop the car and back up. There's no use getting out of our way. I'm going to see that sign. All clear, Don?
Yeah, nobody behind us.
Okay. About 20 yards more, Rochester.
Gee, I didn't know this car could back up.
Oh, sure, Dennis. It does everything. Just a little further back, Rochester. About 5 more yards. That's it. There's the sign. What does it say?
Wilshire Bowl, 400 miles.
Darn that Phil Harris. He put that up when he got here last night. Well, there must be a sign around here somewhere.
Here comes an Indian, Jack. He ought to be able to help us.
Where? Oh, yes.
Gee, he's got long black hair. And look at the beads on his jacket.
Well, naturally. Well, naturally, Dennis, that's how Indians dress. I'll talk to him. How do you do? We like Ketchum, Ahwahnee Hotel.
The Ahwahnee? You continue on this road until you get to the bridge. And at the intersection, you bear right for approximately 2 miles. You can't miss it.
Oh, thank you very much, Chief.
Ugh.
Well, it's about time. Go ahead, Rochester. We're on the right road.
Okay, boss.
Well, 2 more miles and we'll be at the hotel.
Oh, Jack, look over here to your right. Isn't that Blattleville Falls?
Where? Oh, yes. My goodness, what a magnificent sight.
And there's Yosemite Falls to the left.
Yep, that's it, all right.
Gee, it's beautiful.
Hey, fellas, look. Look straight ahead. There's Old Faithful, the famous geyser.
Old Faithful?
Why, Jack, Old Faithful is in Yellowstone.
I don't care. There's a geyser right ahead of us, and it's shooting up.
That's the radiator, boss. I lost the cap.
Is that spouting again? Well, step on it, Rochester. As soon as we get to the hotel, we'll fix it.
So our little gang finally reached the Ahwahnee Hotel, had breakfast, and went upstairs to change into the skiing outfit. Now, in just a moment, we'll take you to Jack's room at the Ahwahnee.
Boy, I can hardly wait till I get up there in that snow. Oh, Rochester, where'd you put my ski pants?
They're on the bed, Mr. Benny.
Oh, yes. Well, come in here and help me get dressed.
Ain't you going to take a bath first?
Not till I get back from skiing.
I got water in the tub.
I don't care. I'm not going to take a hot bath and go out in the cold air.
I poured in some bath salt.
Rochester, forget it. I'm not getting in that tub.
I got your sailboat in.
Rochester, just mind your own business and help me get dressed. Gee, these ski pants look pretty good. And say, how do you like this lumberjack I've got on? Pretty long shirt, isn't it, Rochester?
That wouldn't even cause a ripple on Central Avenue.
Well, I like it. Now, hand me my brown sweater.
Here you are.
Thanks. There. Now, hand me my gray sweater.
Here you are.
Thanks. There. Now, hand me my turtleneck sweater.
Here you are.
Well, now open the window. I want to try this stuff out.
Okay.
That's enough. Close it. Say, this outfit ought to be all right. Do you think I need another sweater, Rochester?
Not unless you got a friend.
I guess I'll be warm enough. Come in.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Where's Mr. Benny?
Here I am, Mary. I got 3 sweaters on. How do I look?
Still no chest.
That's so. I'm chesty enough. What are you laughing at?
Look what it says on your back there. Waukegan Ski and Flexible Plier Club.
Well, certainly, I've been a member ever since I was a kid. Anyway, you wait till I get up to Badger Pass. I'll show you some real skiing. That must be Don and Dennis. Come in.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary. Hiya, Roch.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Bill Harris, you get right out of this room. You're not a member of our party.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. We're all up here to have some fun. Let's have it together.
Bill, I told you in Oakland that due to your smart aleck attitude, you weren't invited on this trip.
Oh, come on, Jack. Don't be such a baby.
Sure, let's kiss and make up.
Bill, I wouldn't kiss you if I was an old maid, which I'm not, and you were a tramp, period. So kindly leave this room.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. I said I was sorry, and besides, I'll pay my own expenses.
I don't care. Well, all right. But if you get out of line once, I'm through with you. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Bring the camera along. I want to get some good pictures of me in action.
I don't know where it is.
Well, find it.
Say, Phil, have you been up to Badger Pass yet?
Yes, I was up there this morning, and a terrible thing happened. I hadn't been there 10 minutes when a guy broke his leg.
Yikes. What was that, Phil?
I said some fella broke his leg skiing. Those hills are pretty steep, you know.
Oh.
Well, that's that. Shall I start packing, boss?
No, of course not. He broke his leg, huh, Phil?
Yeah. Well, come on, Jackson. Let's get started.
Okay. Gee, I don't know if it'll be any fun if there isn't any snow up there.
Oh, there's plenty of snow, over 41 inches.
That's what I mean. It's too deep. You can't ski in deep snow. No fun in that. I'll tell you what. Let's go tomorrow.
Now, listen, Jack Benny. I rode for 3 days in that Maxwell to get here, and all I heard was ski, ski, ski from morning to night.
Right.
And I'm going to see you in action if I have to drag you up to that mountain and push you down.
Well.
Bravo, Miss Livingston.
You keep quiet. We don't need a cheering section around here. Come in.
Well, really, you all set, Jack?
Not quite, Don.
Oh, hello, Mr. Harris. Hiya, kid. Well, Phil Harris. So you and Jack got together, huh? Yeah, we're buddies now, eh, Jackson?
Yeah, we're buddies all right.
Well, come on, Jack. You got all your clothes on. Aren't you going skiing?
Yeah, but what's all this rush? We're supposed to be on a vacation. Let's relax. My goodness.
Listen to the guy that blew the bugle.
Well, I don't think we ought to go up to Badger Pass until we've had some lunch. And then those of us who want to go skiing can go skiing. And those of us who want to take a nap can take a little nap. After all, this is a vacation.
Don't try to get out of it, Jack. Right after lunch, you're going skiing with us.
Oh, boy, that'll be fun.
All right, that'll be fun. That's all he knows. Well, come on, fellas. Let's go down to the dining room.
Come on, let's hurry up.
Yeah, let's go.
Say, Phil, About this fellow that broke his leg. Was he going very fast, or was he just showing off or something? Huh?
Well, I'll tell you, Jack, it was like this. He started down the big hill all right, but when he got almost halfway, he seemed to trip and lose his balance.
I see.
Well, he kept going down faster and faster, and the first thing... Anyway, folks, we all enjoyed a hearty lunch, topped off by America's favorite gelatin dessert, tempting and appetizing Jell-O. We each had one of its 6 delicious flavors, and oh boy, was it good. Yum, yum. Immediately after lunch, we piled into the Maxwell and started out for Badger Pass. Hey, Phil, give us a little time to get there, will you?
Okay, Don. Hit it, boys.
To Badger Pass. Wow, look at all that snow.
Yep, and there's the ski house right ahead of us. Yeah, let us off here, Rochester, and park the car.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Gee, look at all those skiers coming down the hill.
Oh, boy, isn't that a thrill?
Yeah. Whee!
Shut up. We yet.
Come on, everybody, let's go. Get going. We're going to go. Come on.
Rochester, you stay here and watch the car.
I'd kind of like to walk around and see what's going on.
Okay, Rochester, but don't get lost in the snow.
Who, me?
That's right. Say, fellas, you go ahead. I'm going to stop in the ski house and get a bite to eat.
You just finished your lunch.
Well, I want to get something hot to drink. I got to chill.
We're coming with you. You ain't going to give us the slip.
All right, come along. Who's trying to give you the slip? Say, there are a lot of people here, aren't there?
Yes, this is a very popular place.
Oh, miss?
Yes, sir.
I'd like a cup of hot chocolate, please.
It'll take a little time to make it. Would you just as soon have coffee?
No, I'll wait. A cup of hot chocolate, please.
Hey, Jack, here comes the ski instructor. I want you to meet him. Hey, Larson.
Hello, Mr. Harris. I see you're back again this afternoon.
Sure. Say, how's that fella coming along that broke his leg this morning?
Well, it was a pretty bad fracture, but he'll be all right in a few weeks. It was his own fault, you know. He was a beginner and just wouldn't listen.
That's the trouble with those beginners. They think they know everything.
Yeah, they think they know everything. A few weeks, eh?
Oh, Larson, this is Jack Benny of the Waukegan Ski Club.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
His own fault, all right, if he wouldn't listen. Oh, pardon me. How do you do?
Glad to know you. So you're an old-timer, eh, Mr. Benny?
He's over 21 twice, if that's what you mean.
Married. Well, I haven't been on skis for quite a while, Mr. Larson, but I guess I can still hold my own. By the way, this is Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, and Dennis Day. Dennis Day.
How do you do, folks?
Well, pleasure to know you, Mr. Larson, indeed.
Oh, miss, is my hot chocolate ready?
Not quite.
Oh, no hurry.
Say, Jack, you're wasting the whole afternoon. Let's go skiing.
Sure, come on, Jack, let's get going. That's right, you can have your hot chocolate later.
Yeah. Dennis, don't try to always run things. My hot chocolate ready yet, miss?
Not yet.
Oh.
Come on, Jack.
Now listen, Mary.
Well, there's the ski lift ready to start up. Come on, everybody, I'll go with you.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, Mr. Larson, Do we go clear up to the top of that hill?
Yes, it's about 1,000 feet.
Well, it'll be just like old times, eh, Mary?
You're on your own, Bajork.
Okay, Mr. Larson. Up we go. It's high up here, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Benny, this mountaintop is 8,100 feet above sea level.
Gee whiz. Now, Mr. Larson, when I get my skis on, should I... Mary, stop throwing those snowballs.
I'm not throwing them at you.
I don't care. You'll hit somebody. Mr. Larson, when I get my skis on, should I...
Hey, Jackson!
What? Ouch! Darn you, Phil Harris, you hit me right in the face.
Sorry, so long, Jackson!
Gee, look at him go down that hill. What a show-off.
What were you saying, Mr. Benny?
I said when I put my skis on, Mr.
Hey, Jack, I'm going to join Phil. Come on, Dennis. See you later, Mr. Benny.
Say, those guys are all right. I didn't know they could ski so well.
Don't you think you'd better put your skis on, Mr. Benny?
Yes, I might as well. I'll be with you in a minute. Excuse me.
Say, Miss Livingston, I'm a little worried. Are you sure Mr. Benny belongs to a ski club?
All I know is what I read on his back.
But he's wearing such an outlandish outfit. What's he got that turtleneck sweater on for?
That's in case he hits a tree and pull his head in.
Well, here I am, Mr. Larson, ready to go.
Yeah, so I see. But there's just one thing wrong, Mr. Benny. You've got your skis on backwards.
I have? Oh, yes. What's the matter with me? The curved end goes in front, doesn't it?
Yes, that seems to be the vogue this year.
Imagine me making a mistake like that. I've got a good mind to punish myself by not skiing at all.
I don't know what you're laughing for. You don't look happy.
Well, I can't jump up and down with my skis on.
I'll turn them around, Mr. Benny, and we'll get you started.
Okay.
Pardon me, young man. Are you going to start down the hill?
No, not yet.
Then I'll go.
Wow, look at her go. Who is that, Mr. Larson?
That's my grandmother. She's getting in shape for the Olympics.
She's a spry old lady, isn't she, huh? Well, I got my skis on right, I think, Mr. Larson. I guess that's enough for the first day, huh?
Well, I think you ought to go down once this afternoon.
Oh.
Now, follow me. There's a good place to start right over there.
Yes, sir.
Now, remember, keep your feet close together, your knees slightly bent, and if you want to slow down, just point your toes in.
Oh, that'll be easy for me. I'm naturally a little pigeon-toed.
And, of course, for a full stop, you'll turn to the side, which you undoubtedly know.
Oh, yes. Anyway, if I forget, I have an instruction book here in my pocket.
That's fine. At 60 miles an hour, he's going to read a book.
Never mind. Well, here I go. So long.
Good luck, kid.
I'll be all right, I guess. Well, here I go.
I better give you a little push.
Now, wait a minute. Mr. Larson. Now, wait a minute. Whoop! I'm moving.
Goodbye.
Good luck. Oh, my goodness. I'm really going. Gee. Say, this isn't so bad. Whoop! I nearly went over that time. Oh, boy, I'm sure going fast now. Oh, my goodness, I forgot how to slow down.
Hey, Jackson, take it easy. Turn to the right, Jack. Turn to the right.
Not to turn to the right. How do I stop these things?
Look out, Jackson. Look out. You're going to hit that ski house.
I know. What'll I do?
Turn to the right, for heaven's sake.
Oh, my goodness, I'm heading right for it. Stop me, somebody. Stop me. I'm going right through the ski house. Oh.
Here's your hot chocolate, sir.
Hot chocolate, nothing. I want a doctor. Mary.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, ended Jack's first day of skiing at Yosemite. Will we continue with our adventures in this great national park next week, or will we be back home in Hollywood? Who knows?
Tune in next Sunday night and find out. I'm going to. Play, Phil.
Homes all over the country, a lot of boys and girls are looking forward to a swell party next Thursday on Washington's birthday. And a lot of mothers are thinking about what to serve. Well, that's where we step in with a grand suggestion. Washington's birthday salad, something new and mighty grand. Sweet red cherries, spicy stuffed olives, combined in a shimmering mold of vivid cherry jello and served on crisp green lettuce. Delicious? Oh, you bet. And easy to make. Dissolve 1 package of cherry jello in 1 pint of hot cherry juice and water. Chill until slightly thickened. Fold in 1 1/2 cups of canned sweet red cherries cut in quarters and 1/2 cup of sliced stuffed olives. Then mold until firm. And there is a treat. Bright with glowing color and rich with tempting flavor. So ask your grocer for cherry jello and make a Washington's birthday salad.
This is the last number of the 20th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. How do you feel, Jack?
Oh.
I see. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jello entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper for time and station. Think about, Jack. Think about, fella.
Do I Love You? Do I? From the show To Darryl Was a Lady. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Let's All Sing Together. When you were a youngster, did this ever happen to you? The family would sit down to some special dessert, but you weren't allowed to have any. Remember how hurt you felt? Well, that never happens when there's Jello for dessert. For Jello is marvelously light and wholesome, and the whole family can enjoy it, from Grandpop on down to Junior. And believe me, the whole family does enjoy it. For Jello is the perfect ending to any meal. Those 6 delicious flavors are as delightful and refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. And those 6 gay colors, as cheerful as a rainbow, make a radiant success of your dessert course. Make it something truly special every time. So treat the family to some Jello tomorrow. If you haven't enjoyed it recently, you'll find it even better than you remember. More delicious and inviting, more downright swell. Try it and see. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells an all-family treat. let's all sing together, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last installment of our recent journey to Yosemite National Park in Jack Maxwell. The trip will go down in history with the adventures of Marco Polo, the exploits of Admiral Byrd, the voyage of Christopher Columbus.
Don't forget the Rover Boys.
Quiet, Mary.
As you remember, last week's episode ended with Jack skiing down a steep hill and crashing into the ski house, with the result that he suffered a sprained ligament in his leg and several assorted abrasions.
Oh, it's a miracle I'm alive. I must be made of iron. Continue, Don.
It is now several days later, and we take you to Jack's room at the Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite, where he is convalescing.
It's my birthday, too, folks.
Jack is propped up in bed, and as the scene opens, we find Rochester reading to him from a magazine.
It was past midnight, and the moon was shining brightly through the magnolia trees as Ronald walked into the garden. Carlotta heard his footsteps approaching and looked up like a frightened gazelle.
That's Gazelle. That's frightened Gazelle.
Don't be alarmed, darling, cried the young American engineer. It is I have come back for you.
I knew he would.
Carlotta's dark Mexican eyes flashed. Her lips quivered. Kiss me, she said. Kiss me.
All right, never mind the dialect. Go ahead.
The smile on Ronald's face suddenly turned to a sneer. It's no use, Carlotta, he said. I only come back to say goodbye. This is the end.
The darn fool. Doesn't he know she loves him?
But Ronald, cried Carlotta, you can't go. We're married. And what about the baby?
The baby? What baby?
That was last month, boss. We missed that.
Oh. Well, that changes everything. Go ahead.
Ronald turned and started toward the gate. Carlotta clung to him, and the tears came to her eyes. But Ronald laughed bitterly and struck her to the ground.
Brute.
She quickly arose and ran toward him. His back was turned, so she could not see the long, thin dagger flashing in his hand.
A dagger?
She crept closer and closer. Ronald's back was still turned.
Yes, yes?
Please, Ronald, she cried. He did not answer.
Oh.
So she clutched the dagger and raised it higher and higher and higher.
Oh, my goodness, he better run.
No hurry. Continued next month.
What? The fine ending. They always leave you in suspense like that.
It's a great story, though.
Yes, and you know, Rochester would make a swell picture. Can't you just see me as a young American engineer that spurns the love of this beautiful senorita? It's no use, Carlotta. I only came back to say goodbye. This is the end. And then when she tries to kiss me, I'd knock her to the ground. Ha ha! What I could do to a part like that. I wonder who the right girl would be to play opposite me. Of course, Hedy Lamarr might be the type. She's dark, and she's got those flashing eyes.
She's too healthy. You'd never knock her down.
Well, I still think we'd make a very romantic couple. Come in.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Oh, hello, Mary. Thanks. I'm having a fine birthday this year, flat on my back in bed.
Don't feel so sorry for yourself. Your leg hurts a little, that's all.
Is that so? Well, if you want to know something, young lady, I had a pretty bad accident. And it's a serious case.
Oh, everything is serious with you.
It is, eh?
Last month you got a sliver in your finger and you wanted to go to the Mayo Brothers to have it taken out.
Now, wait a minute, Mary Livingston. That sliver wasn't in my finger. It was in my tongue. And it was painful.
Well, I told you not to eat those good humors so close to the stick.
Mary, did you come in here to sympathize with me or aggravate me?
I came in to bring you a birthday present. Here it is.
Ouch, my leg. I got a sore leg. That's why I'm in bed. Didn't have to throw the package.
I'm sorry, Jack. I forgot.
What's the present? I'll open it later.
It's a bottle of rubbing alcohol for your back.
Oh.
Well, you like it, don't you?
Yes, thanks. It's just what I need. Rubbing alcohol, a fine birthday present. Anyway, I'm glad you dropped in, Mary. It gets so monotonous lying here in bed.
How about another game of casino, boss?
Okay, how much do I owe you now, Rochester?
Let's see. I got the score right here. 4 carries 2, adds 5.
Well, how much is it?
$8,000.
Let's see that. That's $80. You're supposed to put a decimal point in there.
You put in the money, I'll put in the points.
$80, eh?
Why, Jack Benny, you mean to say you lost $80 to Rochester playing casino?
Not only that, I was teaching him the game. Oh, well, we were only playing for fun. Hey, Roch?
You ain't gonna rock me out of it.
All right, Mr. Van Jones, I'll add it to your check next week. Wish my nurse would get here. It's supposed to be here at 8 o'clock, and it's 11:30.
I saw her a little while ago.
Where?
She was out skiing with Phil Harris.
Oh, fine. I pay a nurse $7 a day so she can slide down a hill with Harris. I'll never find her when I want her.
Well, I think you went too far yesterday when you hung that cowbell around her neck.
Well, I had to do something. See, my leg's throbbing and I got a fever and everything. Maybe that's her now. Come in.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks, Don.
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny. Are you feeling better?
Oh, a little, Dennis, but I'm still not myself. My leg hurts and I ache all over.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, anyway, Jack, you're a year older today.
That doesn't help any either.
Now, listen, Mary, I wouldn't say anything if I were you after that birthday present you gave me. You know, fellas, I just received a lovely bottle of rubbing alcohol from Miss Livingston.
No kidding.
Yeah, what a present. Suppose if I had a cold, she'd have bought me Kleenex. If I had a headache, she'd have bought me a box of aspirin.
As long as you stay under $1, you're safe.
Just what I was getting at. I wouldn't mind that so much, Mary, but after the beautiful birthday presents I always give you. Remember that mink jacket 3 years ago?
Some mink jacket. Every spring it comes out to look at his shadow.
Oh, you always have to run and get things to praise. Yeah, I wish my nurse would get here, or my doctor, or somebody. I'm tired of lying here in bed.
You want to teach me some more casino, boy?
No, I lost $80. That's enough. And incidentally, Rochester, inasmuch as I was teaching you the game, I'm charging you $60 per lesson. So I only owe you $20. And if I recall correctly, I recently gave you my old blue suit, which is worth at least $20, so I really don't owe you anything.
I know we'd arrive there, but I didn't know just how.
Well, that's how, and the meeting is closed. I wish the doctor'd show up. I want to get back to Hollywood in time for our broadcast Sunday.
Oh, you'll make it all right, Jack.
Sure, there's nothing the matter with you.
There's plenty the matter with me. I just don't complain, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, what song do you want me to sing next Sunday?
Well, Dennis, what's popular right now?
There's a new number out called The Isle of May. It's a ballad type. Would that be all right?
I don't know. Does it fit you, Dennis?
I think so. It goes something like this.
Lovely, I was lonely. It was springtime, and we fell in love. We strolled along through the Heather, and it was June on the Isle of May. Was sweet as the hair. Love was in bloom there on the Isle of May. Close in your arms, heaven opened its door. Then, like a fool, I sailed away. But our love will bring us together when it is June on the Isle of May. Close in your arms, heaven opened its door. Then, like a fool, I fell away. But our love will bring us together when it is June on the Isle of May.
Well, that was swell, Dennis. That song's going to be all right for the program.
I think I ought to brush up on it, though.
Maybe so.
Oh, Jack, speaking of Sunday's show, I have a problem that's been bothering me.
You have, Don?
Yes, it's been on my mind all day, and I just can't seem to arrive at a definite solution.
My goodness, what is it?
Well, on next Sunday's show, I don't know whether to say go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O, or run to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O.
Oh, well, that is a problem there.
I like go.
I like run.
Yes, either one is good, Don.
No, Jack, no. I don't think they convey the idea of enough speed.
Oh, well, how about hasten, Don? Listen to this. Hasten to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O. How's that for the customers?
Well, I don't know.
How about shooting him out of a cannon?
Out of a cannon?
That's it. Shoot yourself out of a cannon to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O. Thanks, Mary. That's terrific.
You're welcome.
See you later, Jack.
Oh, Don.
Wow, cannon.
Gee.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Me too. Well, if my nurse doesn't get here pretty soon, I'll say, Rochester, give me a spoonful of that iron tonic.
Oh, was it iron, that boy?
Why, certainly, iron and alcohol.
My, that's the first time I ever had a metallic martini.
You lay off my medicine. Gee, my leg hurts again. I get those shooting pains. Come in.
Oh, Jack, it's Dr. Nelson.
It's about time. So it's you, Doctor.
Yes. Well, quite a little party we're having here. How are you today, Miss Livingston?
I'm just fine, Doctor.
That's good. And you, Mr. Day, how's your health?
I feel marvelous.
Fine, fine. And Rochester, how are you feeling?
Okay, Doc, I'm okay.
Good. Well, I'll be running along now. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm the patient here. What about me?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny, yes. How is your arm today? Still bothering you?
It's my leg, my left leg. My arms are all right. I just lost $80 playing cards with them.
Oh, certainly it's your leg. You fell off a horse.
A horse? Look, Doc, I never fell off a horse on my leg in my life. Now, Doc, here's the whole story. Don't you remember? I hurt my leg skiing. I went down the mountain at Badger Pass and crashed through the ski house. Then we phoned for you and you came to examine me, remember?
Oh, yes, and I'll never forget how you called me Daddy.
Well, I was delirious, that's why. I was delirious.
Well, just the same, it was embarrassing. I'm a bachelor, you know.
I know. Now, look, Doctor, I want to know if I can get out of here today and go home.
You see, Doctor, Mr. Benny's anxious to get up because it's his birthday today.
Well, congratulations, young man. How old are you?
It's none of your business. I'm old enough to vote.
For Lincoln.
Marry. I'm trying to get some information here. Now, Doctor, when am... Oh, come in.
Well, Jack, your nurse finally arrived.
So I see. Awfully glad you dropped in, nurse.
How's my little patient today?
As if you cared. And take off those skis. My goodness.
Well, I'm only going to be here for a minute.
Did you hear that, Doctor? Fine nurse you recommended. Supposed to be taking care of me. She's out skiing with Phil Harris all day.
You're a naughty girl, Miss Kelly.
I'm sorry, kid.
Later, Miss Kelly.
Now, look, Doc, I want to find out if I can...
Miss Kelly, will you please take Mr. Benny's pulse?
Okay, Doctor. Let me have your wrist, Mr. Benny.
Here. Well, you going to come here or you want me to throw it over? Now, come here.
All right.
Here. Here's my wrist. Nothing but screwballs in this room. I'll bet $10 Olson and Johnson are under the bed. Well, Miss Kelly, what about her?
Oh, Doctor, Mr. Benny has no pulse. I can't feel a thing.
Of course not. You're wearing mittens. No pulse. Why, the blood just leaks through my veins.
It can't be that happy.
Is that so? Now, Doctor, for the last time, I want to find out if I can get... Oh, for heaven's sake, come in. Hiya, Jackson. How's your leg? You're certainly worried about that, Phil Harris.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, there you are, Miss Kelly. Hiding from me, huh?
Hiding from you? She works here. And incidentally, Phil, when you came in, you might at least have wished me a happy birthday.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Jackson.
Keep it. Happy birthday.
Oh, is this your birthday, Mr. Benny?
Yes.
Well, if I'd have known that, I'd have put a candle on your post egg.
Oh, that would have been lovely.
You know, Jackson, I forgot all about this being your birthday, and I feel terrible about not bringing you a gift.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I don't want you to think I'm a heel.
Believe me, Phil, one little present won't influence me one way or the other. So don't worry about it.
Well, I think I'll be running along now, Mr. Benny.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. You haven't told me if I can leave here today and go home.
Oh, my goodness. You could have gone home 4 days ago.
I could? Then why keep me in bed? Why didn't you tell me then? I'm going to pack and get out of here. What's my bill, Doctor?
$35.
$35?
I'll make it $37.50. I saw a suit I like today.
You'll get $35. Rochester, take care of that, will you?
Okay, boss. Do you play casino, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
Follow me.
Keep your fingers crossed, Mary. What do I owe you, nurse?
$42. That's 6 days at $7 a day.
Now, wait a minute. You only dropped in for lunch. The rest of the time you were skiing with Phil Harris.
Well, I'm the outdoor type.
Well, then get out of here. Here's your money.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Philzy.
Right with you, baby. So long, Jackson. See you in Hollywood.
I'm going to get dressed. Hand me my robe, Mary.
Here you are. It's about time you took that emblem off the back of it.
Never mind that.
Look at that. Golden Gloves, 1898.
My father's robe. Now, Mary, call downstairs and have the room clerk make up the bill. Tell him I'm paying for everybody's room but my nurse's boyfriend.
Okay.
Oh, Dennis, help me get my things packed, will you?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Hello, the room clerk, please.
Dennis, take all my shirts and socks out of the top drawer.
Hello, room clerk. Will you please make up Mr. Benny's bill? We're checking out today.
Dennis, hand me that suitcase, the larger one.
Yes, everybody except Phil Harris.
Where'll I put the sweaters?
Right in there and keep them together.
How much does that amount to?
And don't forget my skates.
$198?
And put them in my... $198?
We'll have it itemized. Thank you.
$198. I've been in bed since the first day here. Come on, Dennis, get going. Pack, for heaven's sake.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary.
Okay.
Where do you want these pieces of skis put, Mr. Benny?
Throw them in the fireplace. Who's the wire from, Mary?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What does he say? All right, what does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, as long as you made it, happy birthday.
Well, you can throw that in the fireplace, too. Dennis, not my underwear. I meant the telegram. Give me the poker, quick. Give me the poker. Oh, what a kid. See, I wonder if I... There, I hope I didn't forget anything. That was quick, Mary. You all packed?
Yeah, how did your leg feel?
Well, I can't put much weight on it yet, but it's all right. Rochester, did you get all the stuff out of the bathroom? My razor and everything?
Yeah. Say, boss, do you want that old tube of shaving cream, too?
Of course I want it.
There isn't enough there to shave the fuzz off a piece.
I have a very light beard, so get it. Now, let's see. The bellboy took the other 4 grips. Rochester, grab those 2. Mary, help me with this big one, will you?
Okay.
Oh, now what? Come in.
Well, how's my little patient today?
You were here already, Doctor.
Oh, that's right. Goodbye.
What a klutz. How'd you make out with him in that casino game, Rochester?
Okay. What can I do with a stethoscope?
You didn't have to go that far. I just wanted to square the bill, that's all.
I got enough bills to last me for the rest of my life.
All right, now grab those 2 bags and let's get moving. Come on, Mary. Is Dennis packed?
Yeah, he's downstairs in the lobby.
Well, let's get on our way. You go ahead, Rochester. Come on, Mary. We'll stop at the cashier's desk and take care of the bill. Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Help everybody get their things in the car so we can get started.
Okay, and by the way, Jack, I think that cannon idea is going to work out all right.
What cannon idea?
Well, you know, shoot yourself out of a cannon to your neighborhood.
Oh, yes. Congratulations, Don. See you in the car. Oh, cashier, give me my bill, please.
Here you are, sir. It's $198.40.
40 cents? Oh, you just told Miss Livingston on the phone that the bill was $198. What's the extra 40 cents for?
There's a towel sticking out of your suitcase.
I brought that with me. It's mine.
Certainly. It says Bluebell Auto Court on it.
Of course. I'll make out a check, young man, for $198. Now, let's see. The Ahwahnee Hotel. How do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee? Hey, Eddie, how do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee? Hey, Bill, how do you spell Ahwahnee? Ahwahnee? Hey, Sam!
Never mind. I'll just take it off the cash. That's good enough.
You know, Ahwahnee is an Indian word.
Yes, I heard all about it.
In fact, I'm an Indian myself.
I know. I can see where you were scalped. Now, here's your check.
Thank you, sir, and a happy birthday.
Fine birthday. Come on, Mary.
Oh, Jack, here comes your doctor.
Oh, yes. I might as well be nice to him and say goodbye. Oh, doctor.
Yes?
I'm checking out, and I just want to say goodbye to you.
Goodbye, and I hope you've enjoyed your stay here.
Oh, I have. It was very pleasant.
I'd like to walk out to the car with you, but I've got to rush upstairs and see Jack Benny. He hurt his leg.
Well, listen, Doctor, if you knock on Mr. Benny's door and he says, come in, drop the conversation. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Jack, we're waiting for you.
Yeah, hurry up, Mr. Benny.
I'm coming. Be right with you.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
You're wanted on the telephone. We can take it right here.
Thank you. Who would be calling me here? Hello?
Hello, is this Jack Benny?
Yes.
This is Western Union. We have a singing telegram for you from your father in Miami Beach. It's a birthday greeting.
Oh, a singing telegram from Dad, eh? Well, that's cute. Go ahead.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Oh, 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 oh,
Look, that was
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you very much. That was swell, really. Look, I've got to get away now.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
The car is waiting for me.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to you.
Well, that was awfully sweet of you, really.
Happy day, happy day, happy day, happy day, happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome, yes, you're welcome everywhere.
Well, I'll be darned.
Come on, Jack, hurry up.
I'm coming.
Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks ago, when we told you about Jell-O Orange Vanilla Whip, we really started something. Letters have been coming in every day telling us how much folks have enjoyed this new Jell-O dessert. In fact, it's proved such a big hit that we've decided to give you this swell, easy recipe again for those of you who may have missed it the first time. Here's how it goes. Take 1 package each of orange Jell-O and Jell-O vanilla pudding and mix them up as you usually do. Then chill the orange Jell-O and whip it as directed on the box. Next, chill the Jell-O vanilla pudding and add to the whipped Jell-O, beating constantly until blended. Then mold and you have a grand, inexpensive treat, simply ideal for parties and special occasions. So, friends, be sure to try this intriguing new combination of golden orange Jell-O and creamy Jell-O vanilla pudding. It's really different, really delicious, really top.
Well, folks, we're on our way home now. This is the last number of the 21st program in the current Jell-O series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time from Hollywood, California. You know, Mary, it was thrilling being up in Yosemite, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was swell.
What are you laughing at?
I'll never forget the expression on your face when you crashed through the ski house.
Boy, that was fun.
Quiet, Dennis. Good night, folks.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment. The famous Jell-O Aldrich family. See your local paper for time and station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliott Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Scharf and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Some time ago, Phil Harris made a movie called Wabash Avenue for 20th Century Fox Studio. At the time, the head of the studio, Darryl Zanucks, promised to call Phil for another picture job if his performance in Wabash Avenue was satisfactory. As we look in the Harris home, Phil is waiting for the call.
Phil, may I please use the phone?
No. Nobody's using this phone until I get that call from Zanucks.
But, Phil, you've been sitting at that phone for a year and a half now. I don't think he's going to call.
It hasn't been a year and a half. It's only 17 months, 3 weeks, and 4 hours. That's the trouble with you women. You don't have any patience.
Oh, Phil, I don't like to put a damper on this, but perhaps Mr. Zanuck didn't like your performance.
Oh, come now, Pamela. You've been doing jackknives in the shallow end again. How could he help liking my performance?
Now, look, Phil, be honest with yourself. If Mr. Zanuck had liked you in the picture, he would have called you.
Look, honey, did it ever occur to you that he might not have seen the picture yet?
Well, it's been playing for a year and a half. It's played the first run, second run, third run, fourth run, and fifth run theaters.
Well, maybe he's waiting to see it on television.
You'll never see that picture on television. It wasn't that bad.
I can't understand Zanuck's indifference. When I was at the studio, he kept me busy all the time. In the morning, I worked on the picture, and in the afternoon, I curried these polo ponies.
He made you take care of his polo ponies?
He certainly did. When you worked at 20th Century for Zanuck, didn't you have to curry his ponies?
Oh, of course not. I was a big star, and Mr. Zanuck always treated me with respect. I remember after I made Alexander's Ragtime Band, he came into my dressing room and told me I was the greatest thing that ever happened to the studio.
Gee, I bet that made you happy.
Oh, it sure did. I was so thrilled I couldn't shoe another horse all afternoon.
No wonder she can beat me at hand wrestling. Used to be a blacksmith, huh? A blonde blacksmith. That's rather unusual. I can't understand. I can't understand it, honey. I don't know why that Zanuck ain't called me.
Oh, Phil, why don't you forget
I'm
about
not going to forget about it. I want to know once and for all why he hasn't called me, and I'm going down to the studio and see him and find out. Now, do you want to come along?
I'd better. That's the only way you can get in the place.
Oh, Mr. Zanuck.
Yeah, what is it, Miss Roberts?
Phil Harris is waiting to see you.
Who?
Phil Harris. You know, Mr. Alice Faye.
Oh, him. Well, what does he want?
Well, he says he wants to see you about making another picture.
Oh, he's kidding. Who'd be stupid enough to hire him?
Well, you hired him to make a picture once. You put him in Wabash Avenue and you paid him a lot of money.
All right. Stop rubbing it in. I make one mistake in 20 years and you don't let me forget it.
He insists on seeing you, Mr. Zanuck. Shall I send him in?
No.
Miss Faye is with him.
Alice is here? Oh, well, that's different. Send her in.
Very well. Miss Faye, will you come in, please?
Thank you.
Alice, darling, how are you, dear?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Zanuck.
Hiya, Darryl, old scout.
You know, Alice, we certainly miss you around here.
Well, I miss being here.
I miss being here, too.
It's amazing how you've retained your beauty. You haven't aged a bit since you made your last picture.
How much can a guy age in a year and a half?
I'm talking to Miss Faye. Now, tell me, Alice, have you come back to make another picture?
No, I haven't.
Now ask me.
You should live so long. Alice, why don't you want to make another picture?
Well, I gave up my career when I got married. You see, Phil's talent is supporting me now. He's the breadwinner of the family.
When was the last time you had a square meal?
Now, just a minute, Zan. This kid eats regular. I see to it that she gets her ham hocks 3 times a day. Don't you, Alice?
Oink, oink, dear.
Alice, I wish you'd reconsider. After all, you were a big star. Your name means a lot. And I have a wonderful idea. I'm thinking of doing the story of your life.
The story of my life? Oh, well, that's very flattering. I'd love that.
Oh, you won't regret it. I can see the title now. The Alice Faye Story, starring Betty Grable.
Starring Betty Grable? Why should Betty Grable play me?
I guess they couldn't get Larry Parks, honey. Look, Zanuck, forget about Alice. Now, how about using me in another picture?
I'm sorry, Harris, but we're not in the market for a comedian. I say comedian. No, we're making pictures of a more romantic nature, and well, you're not the romantic type.
I'm not the romantic... Oh, Darryl, you fool, you. I'm the greatest gift to American womanhood since the Gozzard Narrowline Girdle.
Surely you must be jesting. Why, you don't put yourself in the same class with, say, Gregory Peck. He has a romantic appeal for women, and you don't.
Oh, Phil has just as much appeal. There's only one difference between them. Gregory draws the Bobby Soxers, And Phil gets the Bloomer Girl trade.
That's telling him, honey. I don't like what you told him, but that's telling him. Hey, Mr. Zanuck, for your information, I can do anything that Gregory Peck can do.
Oh, you can, huh? Do you think you could do something like 12 o'clock high?
Well, that's a little early for me. But if necessary, I can get high anytime you want. Make it around the cocktail hour, and I can do it with both hands full of pretzels. Look, Mr. Zanuck, won't you give me a chance at a romantic lead? I'll fracture the public. I can act. Now, honestly, you saw me in Wabash Avenue. What did you think of my acting?
Well, I must admit it wasn't bad. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad. But it certainly wasn't good. Harris, you're not a bad-looking fellow, really, but somehow your face just misses.
Mrs. What?
Leave well enough alone, dear. Mr. Zanuck, I think Phil could play romantic leads.
Well, if his features were just a little finer, I might give him a trial. You know, Harris, if you were to change your features, I think it would make you look better.
Changing my features would make me look better? That's like asking Jane Russell to model shoes. Come on, Alice. I'll have no more traffic with this madman.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Zanuck.
Goodbye, Alice. Goodbye, Mr. Harris.
Huh. I don't need him for a job in pictures. There are a lot of other studios after me. I guarantee I'll never work at this studio again, unless they ask me.
It's a wonderful studio to work in, Phil. I made all my pictures here. Sort of like home to me. And Phil, there's the sound stage where I recorded 2 of my favorite songs.
Oh? I'll see you in about 2.5 minutes, folks.
You'll never know just how much I miss you. You'll never know just how much I care. And if I tried, I still couldn't hide my love for you. You ought to know, for haven't I told you so 1,000,000 or more times? You went away, and my heart went with you. I speak your name in my every breath. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now. Come on and hear Alexander's ragtime band. Come on and hear, it's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. That's just the bestest band what I am. Oh, my honey lamb, come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River play in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's ragtime band.
Oh, Philip, I thought you'd never get home. What did Mr. Zanuck say about doing another picture for him?
Well, Willie, he wants me, but...
But what?
But not with his face.
Well, that's understandable. What else did he say?
He wants me to change my face.
Don't do it, Philip. Please don't do it.
Oh, you like my face the way it is, huh?
No, it isn't that.
Well, then why don't you want me to change it?
It took me 10 years to get used to it. My stomach is just starting to settle down, and I don't want...
All right. All right, so you got a settled stomach. Big thing. My stomach had just started... Hey, honey, I wonder if Zanuck is right. He told me I have the face of a comedian. Maybe I ought to have it changed.
Oh, don't do it, Phil. I like your face the way it is, and I don't care how much people laugh at it.
Oh, this kid's nuts about me. Look, I think Zanuck has a lot of nerve criticizing my looks.
No, don't feel bad, Philip. After all, everybody can't be as good-looking as I am.
Naturally. Tell me more, horse face. What makes you think that you're so good-looking?
Well, you can see for yourself, Philip. Just take my features apart.
Oh, this is going to be a pleasure. Now stand still while I unscrew your ears.
Leave me alone.
Oh, Bill, you don't have to change your face. A lot of leading men aren't handsome. They just look like that because of makeup.
Makeup. That's it, makeup. All I got to do is to make myself up to look romantic. Hey, Alice, what type of romantic lead do the women go for today?
Well, they just made a picture about Rudolph Valentino, and the women are swooning over him again.
Oh, yeah, that Latin type. Perfect for me. I have the olive skin.
Are you kidding, Clyde? The closest your skin ever got to an olive is when you're drinking a martini.
Phil, don't be ridiculous. Phil, you're not the Latin type.
Well, with makeup, I can look that way. All I got to do, is slick my hair back, grow sideburns, a little mustache, and squint my eyes like I'm reading the small print on an insurance policy, and I got it.
It won't work, Phil, believe me.
I'll show you that it will work. I'll go upstairs, put some makeup on, and you won't be able to tell me from Valentino. Don't go away. Well, my dear, here I am. What do you think of me now?
Oh, no. Oh, quick, Alice, get the baking soda. There goes my stomach again.
Silence, gringo. Come, my love. Leave for us to tango.
Phil, what are you squinting for?
This is my language look. Come with me, we dance. You tango divinely, my little garlic clove. What is it, my dear?
You'd better open your eyes. You're dancing with Willie.
Willie? I wondered why I had my arm went around you twice.
Phil, what is that awful makeup you have on?
Oh, it's not awful. I just slicked my hair back, darkened my eyebrows, and painted some sideburns and a mustache. I look more like Valentino than he did himself. And I'll bet you on the screen that you wouldn't be even able to tell. I'll get that.
Hiya, Curly.
Frankie, what are you screaming for? Don't you know who I am?
Yeah.
But I didn't expect to find you here, Groucho.
I'm not Groucho.
Curly, don't tell me this is you.
Si, senor. I made up for to look like famous Latin screen star. Now that I give you hint, who do I remind you of?
Louis Armstrong.
No. I'm Valentino.
Well, if it ain't Rudolph, the red-nosed lover.
Bah! You Americans are all alike. I think I look lot like Valentino.
Who was at the door, Rudolph?
Well, here comes Vilma banking now.
Hello, Frankie.
Please, madame, the name is Ricardo Cortez. Today, Rudy and I are Latin lovers.
What's this all about?
Well, I went to see Zanuck, Frankie, and he said that he'd use me in another picture if I looked a little more romantic, and he suggested that I have my face changed.
Curly, do you mean to stand there and tell me that Zanuck doesn't think you look romantic?
No.
Oh, that man must be completely in his right mind.
Now, Emily, stop the kidding. Now, tell me truthfully, do you think there's anything wrong with my face?
No. I like your face. Reminds me of a modernistic painting.
It does?
Yeah. No matter which way you look at it, it don't make sense.
Look, Remley, now look, let's start all over again. All I want to know is there anything wrong with my features?
No. Except maybe your nose.
What's wrong with his nose?
Well, for one thing, it's big and fat, and I think you ought to have it trimmed.
I won't let him have it trimmed.
Why not?
Because I happen to like his big fat nose.
Oh, thank you two, not to make fun of my probiscuit. Now, wait a minute, Alice. Wait just a second. Maybe Frankie's right. Maybe I ought to have my nose fixed.
No, I won't let you have it trimmed.
Well, at least let him have it tinted flesh color. Looks like a ripe tomato.
It ain't that red.
It ain't, huh? You remember yesterday when we were downtown standing on the corner?
So?
So a bus stood there for 2 hours waiting for your nose to change.
Remley, you're reaching. You've been listening to daytime programs, Remley. But you might be right about my nose being a little wide. Now, that I'll grant you. Frankie, what do you think I ought to have done to it to make it look a little different?
I don't know, Curly. Let me think.
Now, Phil, I don't want you to touch your nose.
Don't tell me what to do. It's my nose, and I'll do what I want to with it. And if I feel like it, I may even have it turned upside down.
That's it, Curly. Upside down would make
Will
you look
you
different.
shut up?
Hey, Curly, why don't you have your nose slenderized? Just clipped a little.
Well, that's more like it, but I don't know anything about that stuff. Where do I go?
I know a clip joint.
I don't want my nose rolled. I just want it fixed a little bit. Look, Alice, movie stars have a lot of this work done. Where do they go when they want their noses fixed?
Well, I always went to I mean, most of them go to Dr. Rayner. He's a wonderful plastic surgeon. But please, Phil, I don't want you to...
Honey, I've made up my mind. My public wants me with a new nose, and they're going to get it. Come on, Remley, you go with me. Alice, you call Dr. Rayner and make an appointment for me. Tell him I'm on my way down. And I'm bringing my nose with me. So long.
Oh, this is the craziest thing Phil has ever done. I don't want him to have his nose changed. Hey, wait a minute. I know Dr. Rayner very well, and if I call him and ask him to do something for me, I'm sure he'll do it.
Hey, Remley, I hope this doctor's as good as Alice says he is.
Well, he must be, or Alice wouldn't have
Hiya, Mr. Harris.
Oh, hello, Julius. Don't bother me, kid. I'm in a hurry.
Where you going?
I'm on my way to see a plastered surgeon.
Couldn't get a sober one to
work on you, huh?
All right, Julius, let's don't get into no routines now. I'm going down to get my nose changed.
It's about time you had it moved to the center of your face.
It is in the center. It just rambles a little.
A little, he says. It's spread all over your kisser. I never seen such a broad nose.
It ain't that broad.
Then how come every time you exhale you get a draft on both shoulders?
Now, look, kid, Mr. Harris does not have a broad nose.
No?
Just looks that way because he has very narrow shoulders.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. I don't have to stand here and take this kind of stuff from you guys. I can team up with Lum and Abner if I want to do homespun humor, you know.
Mr. Harris, why are you going to have your nose changed?
So that it'll help my appearance.
I think you're making a mistake. If I was you, I wouldn't touch your nose.
You wouldn't?
Why waste time on your snars when the rest of your face is such a mess?
Curly's face is not a mess. He has 5 classical features. Outside of his nose, show me one thing wrong with him.
Look at his profile. Look at the way his chin recedes.
Which one?
All 3 of them. He looks like he just had his throat terraced. Another thing, look at all them lines in his face.
Ah, they're hardly noticeable. Besides, a little putty can always fill them in.
I've never seen lines like this. Here's an unusual one. Looks like a detour on a road map. And look at this one. Mr. Harris, right here, you got a very funny line.
It's about time I had a funny line. Now, will you beat it, Julius? I got to get to the doctor.
What doctor you going to, Mr. Harris?
Dr. Rayner?
Hey, he's a good man. He operated on my aunt's nose. She had a big beak, but he fixed that. He removed the bone.
The whole bone? Well, how does she look?
Like a turkey.
That must give her a nice, loose look. Does her nose flop around a little?
Yeah. She had to stop shaking her head from side to side. She was getting cauliflower ears. Well, have a nice operation, Mr. Harris.
Curly, was that a dirty laugh?
Well, I wouldn't want to hear it in the middle of the Tennessee Waltz. Hey, Remley, maybe I shouldn't have this surgery done.
Nah, don't let that kid scare you. Dr. Rayner is a great surgeon. Come on, here's the building he's in. Let's go on up, Curly.
Frankie, now maybe Julius wasn't kidding. This guy might ruin my looks. There must be other plastic surgeons, but where could a guy find one?
You have come to the right man, Harris.
Ruth! Old Tringer Finger.
Yeah, hiya, Grog. Hey, you're a plastic surgeon now?
In a way, I have changed the contour of a face or two in my day. Whose face you want changed, fellas?
Mine.
Looks like somebody's worked on it already. However, maybe I can help you. What do you want done to your face?
Well, my nose is too big, Grog, and I want it made smaller.
Okay, hold still, tilt your chin, and tell me how much you want shot off.
I don't want it shot off.
Just trying to help you, pal. Why do you want to change your nose anyway?
Well, I want to play romantic roles in pictures, and I need a new nose for it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Harris, I like you, and I want to see you happy. What kind do you want?
Well, I'd like to have Tyrone Power's nose.
Okay, tell me where he lives, and I'll go get it.
No, I'd rather not. If Ty ever caught cold, I'd have to go around sneezing for him. Take me to Europe and all around.
Now, look, Grog, Mr. Harris doesn't want you to work on him, but maybe you can recommend a good plastic surgeon.
Well, I happen to know the best.
Is he good?
Oh, get him. Is he good? You know what he did for me last year? He changed my face so that my own mother couldn't recognize me. Better than that, the cops couldn't either.
Well, just changing your face isn't enough. They can get you by tracing your fingerprints.
Yeah, well, my boy, he thought of that, too, because this guy is a genius, you see. He fixed my hands so I never have any more trouble with the cops.
Yeah, how'd he do that?
He gave me J. Edgar Hoover's fingerprints. See, that's why you don't read too much about Mr. Hoover anymore. He's too busy thinking up alibis for the jobs I pull.
Brogan, I don't believe this man is the man I want to go to.
You're making a mistake, kid, because my boy is a great doctor. He's fixed the noses of a lot of celebrities.
Name one.
Jimmy Durante.
Oh, he did a good job of that. Great job. What did he use on him, a nut pick?
Of course, this guy's greatest masterpiece was the job that he did on Rudy Valley. Oh, yeah. Gave Rudy 3 nostrils.
3 nostrils?
Yep. One for breathing, one for blowing, and one for singing. Oh, Harris, my doctor is great, and all I want you to do is just try his work. He guarantees it. You can't lose nothing.
Except my nose.
You can't lose that either. Just let him cut a piece off. If you don't like the way it looks, he'll staple it back on again.
I believe that's all I want to hear. Well, so long, Grog, and we'll see you in the lineup sometime, and give my regards to Kefauver. Come on, Remley, I'm going. Let's get that Dr. Rayner to operate.
Yeah. Phil, Dr. Rayner just operated on your nose 2 hours ago. You shouldn't take the bandages off
Nonsense. I'm taking the bandages off now. I want to see how I look because oh, no. What did that butcher do to me? Look at this new nose he gave me.
Phil.
This is the most ridiculous nose I've ever seen.
Phil.
It looks like something he picked up on a used nose lot. I'm going to see that guy. I'm going to take him for everything. What?
When I called the doctor this morning, I told him not to change it. That's your same old big fat nose, dear. Yeah.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Gene Bates, Sheldon Leonard, and Marvin Miller. Phil Harris's nose was played by Phil Harris's nose.
Now, Hedda Hopper, then Theater Guild and Hamlet on NBC.
Hollywood is on the air. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Ken Carpenter bringing you a preview of the film that every radio listener is waiting for, Love Thy Neighbor, the movie starring radio's 2 battling comedians, Jack Benny and Fred Allen.
Love Thy Neighbor. You should have Allen for a neighbor.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's the picture that stars Jack and Fred together, with Mary Martin heading the supporting cast, and Barry Teasdale, the Merrimacs, Virginia Dale, and Jack's man of all work, Rochester, joining in the festivities. Love Thy Neighbor.
Love Thy Neighbor, yes, but love Benny, never.
It's a picture loaded with laughs and music, comedy and romance, not to mention a gang of the swellest-looking girls you've seen in years. That reminds me, Jack, where are the girls?
I'll find them right away. Oh, Joe! What happened to the girls?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, where are the girls?
I don't know. Hey, Bill, where are the girls?
I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Never mind, let it go. I'll find them myself.
Yes, sir, it's more fun than any picture in years, and we're happy today to be able to bring you the stars of Love Thy Neighbor in person to show you what goes on the screen. And to start our show off, we bring you one of America's favorite entertainers, Fred Allen.
Thank you.
Fred, how'd you like working with Jack Benny in Love Thy Neighbor?
Frankly, Mr. Benny is an artistic faux pas. How people can laugh at that corn-fed clown is beyond me, sir. His idea of humor is giving his grandmother a hot foot and then hiding the fire extinguisher. He's as funny as a leak in an oxygen tent, and that's only a synopsis.
My word, suppose he heard you say that.
He's lower than a snail's outlook, and if I ever get my hands on him, I'll beat him incognito. I'll tear him... You'll what, Alan? You heard me. Yes, I heard you, and you better close that slow leak. Shh,
Jack, Fred, we're on the air.
You better close that slow leak under your nose before I vulcanize it. Put your hands up, Benny. I'll put so many lumps on you, you'll think you've got a skin full of tea bag.
Oh, yeah? If I ever hit you on the nose, the world will finally know what you're using for blood.
Come in.
I was told I would find Jack Benny here.
Hello. This is a break. It's Mary Martin, ladies and gentlemen, and Mary, you came just in the nick of time. Jack and Fred were just about to lace into each other. I think maybe if you got in there and danced or sang or something, it might relieve the tension.
You do sing and dance, don't you?
Oh, she sure does, Jack. And if she'll do a song for us right now, maybe you and Fred will get a chance to cool off.
Well, then what are we waiting for?
How about it, Mary?
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to have the Mary Mac step up to the microphone to assist her.
Calm is the night, the wind is asleep, a drowsy old moon walks above. Suddenly comes a jolt, crash goes a thunderbolt. Isn't that just like love? Straight is your path, and firm is your step, and then at the drop of a glove, wearing south, which is north, that is July the 4th. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to walk up to a dream and say, don't I know you? Isn't it weird to hear miracles talk and say, well, how do you do? Clear is your mind and strong is your will. A mountain is simpler to show. Then the ground falls apart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like love?
Calm as the night, the wind is asleep, a drowsy old moon mopes above. All at once roses rain when there's a hurricane. Isn't that just like love? Straight is your path, and firm is your step, and then at the drop of a glove, bridges burn, buildings fall, clang, there's a riot call. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to bump into a cloud and say, shake hands with fate, shake hands with fate. Isn't it strange to make friends with a haze and here? Tomorrow at 8, tomorrow at 8, tomorrow at 8. Bold are your views and lofty your aims. The stuff pioneers are made of. Hold your hat, grab your heart, boom goes your apple cart. Hold your hat, grab your heart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it just like
That was Isn't That Just Like Love, sung by Mary Martin, with vocal encores by the Mary Macs. And now we present that well-known musician, that fiddler extraordinary, that road company hypets, Jack Benny. Jack, won't you play something for us?
Very well, I'll play if you insist. Of course, I'll have to borrow a fiddle from one of the boys in the orchestra.
Give him yours, Alonzo.
Turn that passe Peter Pan off.
Why, Fred.
Turn him off.
What's the matter, Fred?
This is no time to quibble, man. In just 1 second, Jack Benny will be playing Love and Blow.
Well, don't you like music?
Music? You call that music? Brother, I have heard the raucous wail of the wildcat at bay. I have heard the eerie shriek of a ghost with its ectoplasm caught in a transom. I have heard a man with false teeth chewing slate pencils. And any one of those ear-defiling sonatas was closer to Love and Bloom than Benny is right now. Get me out of here.
Well, Rochester. Oh, Rochester.
You call me, boss?
That's some costume, Rochester.
Well, now, what in the world are you supposed to be?
I'm Romeo. I'm taking my favorite Juliet to a masquerade tonight.
Rochester, before you and Juliet step out, here's Teresa Harris, your girlfriend in both Buck Benny Rides Again and Love Thy Neighbor. What do you say to you and Teresa singing your newest number, Dearest, Dearest I?
Okay.
sentimental. Dost thou dig my jive? I feel gallant and gentle. Is it bad if I'm glad I'm alive? Dearest, dearest, I take thee tenderly in my arms, while I wax poetic on thy killer charm. Hark ye to my ticker, that's the reason why I fain what's called a victor. Oh, dearest, dearest, I.
My. Thou flyest high.
Now tellest I.
Dearest, dearest I reply. Sir, you sabotage me with that thee and thou and thy. Shakespeare was a jive man, but where is he today? Why, heaven sakes alive, man, how sayeth things he couldn't say. Dearest, dearest, we up the middle aisle. Then forsooth and yakety we could still live in style.
Lord and lady snarling, really do drop by at Stratford on the Harlem. Oh, dearest,
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 dearest, dearest, I.
Ah, very fine, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting on toward the end of our Love Thy Neighbor program now. But before we go, I want to bring our two stars to the microphone once more, because they've both promised me confidentially to give us their honest opinion on this picture. Now, first we have Fred Allen. Fred, what do you really think deep down in your heart about Love Thy Neighbor?
Love Thy Neighbor is gay, exciting, diverting, and entertaining, with the possible exception of the seconds or minutes that Mr. Benny is on the screen.
Oh, thank you, Fred. And now, Jack Benny. Jack, have you anything to add to what Fred Allen has said?
Don't mind him, folks. The rest of us carry him along, and Love Thy Neighbor is really a very nice show.
Oh, I'm sure it is, Jack.
And oh, yes, I forgot to tell you, Mary Martin sings My Heart Belongs to Daddy in the picture, and I'm Daddy.
She sure does sing it, Jack, and she's going to show us right now just how she does it. Ladies and gentlemen, the girl who made the song famous, the song that made the girl famous. Mary Martin singing My Heart Belongs to Daddy.
I used to fall in love with all those boys who call themselves buddies. I used to trail young men at Yale and make them fail in their studies. But now I've come to care for such a sweet millionaire. While tearing on a game of golf, I may make a play for the caddy, but when I do, I don't follow through, 'cause my heart belongs to Daddy. If I invite a boy some night to dine on my fine fin and haddy, I just adore his asking for more, but my heart belongs to Daddy. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy, so I simply couldn't be bad. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy. Daddy. So I want to warn you, laddie, though I think you're perfectly swell, that my heart belongs to Daddy, and my daddy, he treats it so well. Though other dames at football games may long for a strong undergraddie, I never dream of playing the team, 'cause my heart belongs to Daddy. So I want to warn you, laddie, though I think you're perfectly swell, that my heart belongs to Daddy, and my daddy, he treats it so
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been enjoying a radio preview of the new comedy Love Thy Neighbor, in which Jack Benny shares top billing with Fred Allen.
Top billing? That no-account nasal nonentity? Allen's in the picture for a small role, but it's not much. How could it be?
I don't know how, but that's what it says here. Fred, who would you say gets top billing, you or Jack Benny?
It is true that Benny wormed his way into Love Thy Neighbor. But let me assure you, no one is required to love neighbor Benny. As if anyone could.
Well, folks, that's the way it goes. But whatever Jack says and whatever Fred says, the two battling comedians of the airways do share starring honors in Love Thy Neighbor. And they've shared them on this radio preview of the picture. Also featured on this program from the cast of Love Thy Neighbor were Mary Martin, Rochester, Teresa Harris, and the Merrimacs. For a continuation of the melody and fun, we refer you to your favorite theater. This is Ken Carpenter speaking. This program was produced in the Paramount Studio in Hollywood.
February 15th. Radio Theater presents Jack and Brewster's Millions. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, brings us Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. And as added attractions, 2 sweepstake winners, and Willis of Hollywood, stocking designer of the stars, and the Lux Radio Theater Orchestra under the direction of Louis Silvers. So, to the makers of Lux Flakes, those gentle, marvelously effective soap flakes, welcome you to another hour in Hollywood. Before we start Brewster's Millions, let me suggest to our women listeners that Lux Flakes can save you, well, if not millions of dollars, at least quite a lot of money. For example, take this experience a Massachusetts woman had with Lux Flakes.
I each bought a pink silk suit at the same time. She was first along to hers. When she told me how it shrunk and was almost white, well, I was discouraged and put off washing mine. At last I had to, and using Lux as I always do, I found it didn't shrink in any way, and the color hadn't changed at all. I then asked my friend what she used, and it was not Lux.
Just remember, Lux Flakes are different. They are so pure and gentle that they're safe for anything that's safe in water alone. It's a waste of money to have nice dresses spoiled in washing. So, always use Lux Flakes and play safe. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the world, people celebrate Jack Benny's birthday by sending flowers, candy, and valentines to each other. That it happens to be February 14th is, of course, only incidental. Jack made his first entrance in Waukegan, Illinois. He also made his first audition there. At a tender age, he played the violin for the manager of the local theater. Deeply impressed, the manager gave him a job at once as doorman. When the World War broke out, Jack took a personal interest in it. He joined the Navy. To toughen him for battle, his officers asked him to play at a sailor's benefit. Jack was only a little like Nero on this occasion, so while he played, the audience burned. So when he put down his fiddle and talked, they enjoyed every minute of it. Jack knew right then that while his fiddle playing was funny, his jokes were funnier. The way Jack became the husband of Mary Livingston is funny, too. They were introduced by one of the 4 Marx brothers. The first night they met, Jack couldn't understand a word Mary said because she didn't say anything. A few months later, Mary called to see him. This time, she talked to the extent of telling him that she liked him very much. Jack married her at once before she could change her mind. The most popular comedian on the air, Jack is a record-breaking picture personality.
The statisticians tell me that in his recent film, College Holiday, he smoked the incredible number of 1,500 cigars. I noticed Jack smoking one of the cigars a little while ago, and I agree with the statisticians. They are incredible. Tonight we hear Mr. Benny as Jack Brewster, and Miss Livingston becomes Mary Gray. But we've heard enough about our stars. Now let's hear from them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater surrenders its microphones to Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in Brewster's Millions. We're in the offices of Grant and Vanderpool, attorneys at law. For months, the two senior partners have been trying to locate one Jack Brewster, who has recently fallen heir to a huge fortune. At last, their efforts have been rewarded. Grant, one of the attorneys, reads from a typewritten report.
Jack B. Brewster, sex, male, color, white, dark complexion. Living now in New York boarding house run by Mrs. Bridget Gray, 822 West 46th Street. At the present time, Brewster is unemployed, single, evidently in desperate financial condition. Type of regular employment unknown, but claims to be a musician. Well, there you are. That's the detective's report.
Jack B. Brewster. Are you sure that's the man we want?
It seems to be. The middle initial must stand for Benjamin, his uncle's name.
In desperate financial condition, eh? Looks like a pleasant surprise in store for him.
A cool $1 would be a pleasant prize for anyone.
$1 million. Is that the final reckoning?
Well, it's 1 or 6, depending upon Brewster himself. If he lives up to the terms of the will, he'll inherit $6 million at the end of the year.
Have you notified him yet?
No. We'd better break it gently. Hello. Send Timothy in here, will you? I want him to run an errand.
Wouldn't a letter be safer?
I want Brewster here in person before he knows any of the terms. Secrecy is the essence of the will.
Yes, Mr. Grant?
Oh, come here, Timothy. I want you to go to 822 West 46th Street. Find a fellow by the name of Jack B. Brewster and bring him back here with you.
Yes, sir. I suppose he isn't there.
Oh, he'll be there. It's his boarding house. If he's not in when you call, camp on the doorstep until he comes back.
Yes, sir. I'll get him, Mr. Grant.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, it's you. Mary, you know you shouldn't interrupt me when I'm practicing.
Gee, somebody should.
Never mind that. What do you want?
That man is here again.
What man?
You know, the fellow from the law office. He wants to see you. Says it's very important.
Oh, important, eh? Well, not to me. And what does he think I am, a dope?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Say, listen, I've been dodging that fella for a week, and he's not going to get me now.
Why don't you find out what he wants?
I know what he wants. He's got a claim against me for something and probably thinks he's going to attach my assets. Well, he's got another thing coming.
Yes, he thinks he can find any assets.
I'll tell him I'm not here. Tell him I've moved. Tell him I'm in China.
I did.
Oh, you did, huh? What did he say?
He said he'd be back in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Must have a pretty rough idea where China is.
No, but he's got a pretty good idea where you are.
Well, I'm wise to these lawyers' tricks. I've been dragged into court so often I'm beginning to look like Exhibit A. But I get along all right.
Gee, Jack, you're smart.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like to brag, but I guess when it comes to money matters, I'm about as smart as the next fella. You know, Mary, I've got ideas. Big ideas. Why, if I had $10,000 or $20,000 right now, I could turn it into $250,000 like that.
$250,000?
Maybe $500,000, maybe $2 million. There's no limit to what I could do.
Gee, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
And before I forget, Mother says if you don't pay your back rent by Wednesday, you'll have to get out.
There you go. It's a fine way to treat a man with big ideas. And bills to match. And another thing, it's a nice attitude for your mother to take or as her future son-in-law. I'll bet $10 she doesn't want you to marry me.
Find a taker and you got your room rent.
Yeah? What has she got against me anyway? I'm honest, ain't I? And I'm hard-working, too. When I can find any work. Being broke isn't any disgrace. Why, there are 10 people living in this boarding house right now who owe her lots more than I do. Why does she always pick on me?
You're her favorite.
Oh.
But don't let it worry you, Jack. I still feel the same.
Do you, Mary?
Of course I do.
Well, that's all I need. If you have faith in me, I can lick the world. We'll get married yet. You wait and see.
Sure we will.
Say, Mary, remember the first time we met? Gee, that was a great day for me. I'll never forget it.
I tried, and I can't either.
And then the day we went to Coney Island, remember? I held your hand all the way home, and when we got inside, I put my arm around you and...
And you said, Mary, will you marry me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gee, 8 years can go fast.
8 years. You're always bringing that up.
Well, it is 8 years, isn't it?
Well, that's not my fault. I can't help it if I can't find work.
Well, don't yell at me.
Who's yelling?
You are. May I come in?
Oh, hello, Miss Smith. Sure, come on in.
Thank you. I was sitting in my room, and I thought I heard voices in here. That's funny. I didn't hear a thing. Did you, Jack?
No.
Oh, now. You were having a little spat, weren't you?
Just a little one, yes.
But it had possibilities. I thought so. Now, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Just sit right down, both of you.
What for?
I'm going to read you the last chapter of my new novel. It's called Girl Meets Boy.
Girl Meets Boy? Wait a minute, there is a story called Boy Meets Girl.
Well, this is Girl Meets Boy.
Oh, a leap year story.
Anyway, it's all about a young couple just like you. It'll do you good to listen to it.
Now, look, Miss Smith, there's no use wasting your voice and your energy reading it to us. You ought to save your strength for reading it to the publishers.
She read it to 5 of them already.
That's enough, Mary.
You said it.
Now, listen, children. Girl Meets Boy by Sophie Smith, Chapter 10.
Chapter 10? What happened to the first 9?
What's the difference?
Oh.
I don't know. I want to start with Chapter 10 because that's the reconciliation scene that brings the lovers back together. And that's what I want you to hear.
Very well. Go ahead.
In the gathering shadows of the midsummer twilight, Gwendolen stood in the garden of the inn with Theodore. Oh, Gwendolen, he murmured. Oh, Theodore, she answered. His arm fell round her waist, and pressing her close, he kissed her full on the lips. A long, blistering, lingering kiss.
Now we're getting someplace.
So is Theodore.
Mary. Go ahead, Miss Smith.
Carried away by the ardor of his love, Theodore seized her in a mad embrace, flung his arms round her, and crushed her closely to him.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
Theodore goes wild.
Mary, please, it's getting interesting. Continue, Miss Smith.
Oh, my sweet, he
Who,
said.
me? Oh, pardon me.
It's been so long since last we held each other in this close embrace. So long. Yes, she said. 8 long years.
Hey, stop.
Fine, Mr.
What are you trying to do, start some more trouble?
Mary?
Yes, Ma?
Oh, here you are.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Gray.
Good morning, is it? Do you know what time it is? I come up here to tell you once and for all I'm serving breakfast up to 11 o'clock. And if anyone can't come on time, then he gets left.
Come on, Jack. Last one down. Sits on the piano stool.
Okay.
Will you have another piece of toast, Mr. Dudley?
Thank you. I don't mind if I do.
Miss Dawn, will you have some?
No, thanks. I have to watch my weight, you know.
What for, Miss Dawn?
Oh, haven't you heard? I'm going to have a tryout this morning for the Winter Follies. Mr. Crane, the producer, is very interested in my voice.
Say, I've been hearing that story for the last 6 months, but nothing ever happened.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Donovan, I've been hearing about that invention of yours for the last 10 months, but I don't see anyone buying it.
I got the patent on it, ain't I?
A patent on an egg holder.
And it ain't an egg holder. It's a soft-boiled egg opener. A device to prevent the egg from sliding down the side of the cup.
Well, now if you can keep it from sliding down your vest, I think you got something there.
Yes, I was saying so the other evening.
Is that so, Mr. Dudley?
Yes. It's been my privilege in the past to promote the manufacture of several worthwhile articles. And I'd like to promote Mr. Donovan's invention, too, if I had the
Yes, that's what Jack needs, too.
Yeah, money. The curse of modern civilization, but we gotta have it. Well, if I had a couple of $1,000 right now, I could turn it into $1 million like that. That's all I'd need, a few paltry $1,000.
Paltry?
Yeah.
Well, if you had $5, you'd declare a dividend.
I would, eh?
Oh, Mr. Brewster?
Yeah, Rosie?
There's a man here from a lawyer's office.
Tell him I'm not in.
Mr. Brewster.
Yes, Mrs. Gray.
I'd have you know I'm running a respectable boarding house, and I'm not used to having bill collectors sitting in my parlor. You go and see that man right away and get rid of him, or I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, all right. But if anything happens to me, you'll be sorry.
Sorry for what?
That's gratitude for the way I worry about the rent I owe. Don't push me.
I don't think it's fair.
Morning. You Mr. Jack B. Brewster?
Yeah, and the B is for broke. I guess that ends our little meeting right now.
Mr. Brewster, I'm from Grant and Vanderpool. They want you to come to the office.
Oh, both of them want to see me. Doubling up on me, huh? Now, listen, you. You go back and tell Mr. Grant to tell Mr. Vanderpool that Mr. Brewster is no Mr. Sucker. Now, let that be the end of it.
Very well, but all right.
I don't want to hear it.
Wait. If you don't come, you won't collect the money.
What'd you say?
The money. If you don't come with me, you won't collect it.
Wait a minute. You mean someone wants to give me something?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Your uncle. He died a month ago and left a will making his sole heir. Shall I get some more water, Mr. Grant?
Rub his wrist.
He said he'd faint. You should have broken it gently.
Mr. Brewster, are you all right?
No.
Oh, good. He's coming around. Now get into the outer office, Timothy, and don't let anyone come in here for an hour.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brewster, look at me. Are you all right?
Where am I?
You're in my office, don't you remember? My name is Grant.
Where's your beard?
No, I'm a lawyer.
Oh, that's right. I came here and you said...
I said that you just inherited $1 million and you fainted. How do you feel now?
Like $1 million. Not bad out of a sound sleep. But... So good old Uncle Ned left me a fortune, eh? I always did like old Uncle Ned. Lately.
Mr. Brewster, I have some other news for you.
Good news?
Exceptionally good. But I'm a little afraid to tell you. I shouldn't want you to faint again.
Don't worry, shoot.
5 years ago, your grandfather died. We've just opened the codicil of his will, and we find that he also left you something.
What a parlay. Go on.
Now, Mr. Brewster, get ready now.
I'm ready.
Mr. Brewster, your grandfather left you in the codicil of his will the sum of exactly $6 million.
Not bad.
You're not going to faint?
I don't think so. You know, they say the first million is the hardest.
Well, I'm relieved. Of course, your grandfather's bequest had certain conditions.
I knew there was a catch. I bet I'll have to earn it. What kind of conditions?
Mr. Brewster, are you good at spending money?
Well, I don't know. I never tried.
Then let me tell you this. You will inherit the $6 million left for your grandfather only and if, at the end of 1 year from today, you have spent the entire $1 million left by your uncle.
What? You mean all I have to do is run through this $1 million in 1 year and I'll get 6 more?
Exactly.
Well, I can start out by paying my back room rent. That'll put a dent in it. Hey, I always thought there was something screwy about Grandpa.
Briefly, the story is this. Your grandfather hated and despised your uncle.
Well, as long as they both liked me.
He knew that your uncle would leave you quite a sum of money, and he didn't want you to keep it.
Listen, give me my uncle's $1 million and let me out of here. I'll come back in a year with holes in my socks, if any.
That's exactly what you'll have to do. Now, listen to this. Before my grandson can claim the $6 million, he must spend the entire sum of money left by his uncle and appear before the executors 1 year from the day this is read. He must have no worldly possessions whatsoever, no cash in his pocket, no more than 1 suit of clothes.
Well, I'm dressed for the part right now.
There's more. Listen. Under no conditions may my grandson take anyone into his confidence. No one must know why he is spending his uncle's money. Or this codicil will be invalidated, and he will lose the bequest.
That means I can't tell anyone, eh?
Oh, you can tell them that you've inherited $1 million, yes, but you mustn't tell them about the rest of it.
I see. Go on.
It must be understood by my grandson that he must under no circumstances give money away recklessly. And, which is very important,
yeah,
he must be and remain single. There must be no matrimonial entanglement.
Wait a minute. You mean I can't get married for a year?
That's what it says.
Gee, what a handicap. A wife's is such a help when it comes to spending money. Anyway, how am I going to explain it to Mary? That's my girl.
You mustn't explain it. If you do, you don't get another penny. Well, what do you say? Are you willing to go through with it?
Willing? Brother, I'm ready, willing, and able. 3 smart boys.
Well, come to the office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll have a check for you. But don't forget, You've got to spend every penny of it.
Leave it to me. $1 million in a year, why, all I have to do is spend about $3,000 a day. Someday I'll spend 6 and relax a day.
Well, Mr. Brewster, good day and good luck.
It sure is and was. Just think of this. This morning I didn't have a dime, and now I'm a millionaire. Well, so long, Mr. Grant.
So long.
Oh, I almost forgot. Lend me a nickel, will you? I want to go home on the subway.
Mary, will you pass the asparagus to Mr. Dudley, please?
I would if there was any left.
Oh, never mind. It's quite all right. Oh, by the way, Mary, where is Mr. Brewster? I haven't seen him since breakfast.
Don't ask me. This is the first time he's missed a lunch in 3 years.
I think he left the house with that lawyer.
Hey, maybe they put him in the jug. Pass the butter, will you?
Oh, hope nothing has happened to him. Maybe he'll telephone. What are you so worried about, Miss Dawn?
Oh, I'm not worried. Mr. Brewster means nothing to me. Will you pass the bread, please, Mr. Donovan?
Say, I thought you was trying to keep your weight down. Ain't you getting a tryout today?
She had it already. Pass her the bread.
Well, greetings to you, one and all.
Well, look who's here.
I told you he never missed lunch.
Mary, I've got some news for you, and rough news. Folks, you're in on this, too. But hold on to your chairs, because it's going to blow the roof off.
Well, what is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now looking at none other than Jack B. Brewster, the millionaire. The B is for big shot.
B is for bottle, and that's what you've been hitting.
What do you mean, bottle? I tell you, I'm in the money. I'm a millionaire.
Is this on the level?
Sure it is. My uncle died and left me $1 million.
Holy congratulations.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Well, Mrs. Gray, what do you think of me now?
Pay your back rent by Wednesday or get out.
All right. You'll get your rent, and I'll get out, too. I'm moving to a Park Avenue penthouse tomorrow morning, so there. I want you all to come up and see me sometime.
We will, tall, dark, and balmy.
But I'm not going to forget my old friend. Sophie, did you say that book of yours was finished?
Yes, Mr. Brewster.
Well, bring it around. I'm going to publish it for you.
Are you crazy? That book has been turned down by every publisher in the country.
Well, we'll send it to another country, and that's not all I'm going to do. Mike, I'm going to manufacture and market that invention of yours.
Hooray!
I'll show you my heart's in the right place. Dudley, you can be my business manager. I need one.
You need a keeper, too.
I'll get one.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, how can I...
Don't say no more. I'll start you off at $200 a week.
Mr. Brewster, I think you're just the most wonderful thing.
You haven't seen anything yet. You know what I'm going to do for you, Miss Dawn? I'm going to finance a new show, the biggest thing that ever hit Broadway. And you're going to play the lead in it.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, this is too much.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it won't last long.
Dudley, get busy. Engage me a suite of offices in the Empire State Building. Take a whole floor. We got to do things right.
You're doing things right, all right. A year from now, you won't have a nickel.
That's the idea. I mean, what's the difference?
You're spending your dough like a wild man.
Sure, Wild Jack Brewster, that's me. Before I'm finished, I'll make Diamond Jim Brady look like Sir Harry Lauder. Mike, run outside and order me a taxi cab.
Sure, Mr. Brewster.
Tell him to pull up to the door and stand there until I come out.
Are you leaving already?
No, but I have an appointment at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I want the cab to wait.
We'll continue this business meetings in a minute. Now, I'd like to take you to a pretty little home on Arden Street in Los Angeles. A young bride is upset, and she's telling her friend about it.
But Bob never talked that way before, Peggy. Oh, he meant it as a joke. It's no joke to say my hands look like tomatoes. My hands get wet, it's because I'm washing dishes. For him.
Now, honey, that's no excuse. After all, a man does hate to see his wife get dishpan hands. They spoil his pride in her. Now, look here. Why don't you do what I do? Wash dishes with Lux Flakes. Do Lux Flakes really make a difference? Oh, I say they do. Well, my hands used to get so raw and chapped, I just couldn't bear to show them. Then I began using Lux Flakes. And honestly, it was with my hands that lost that dishpan look. And now look, see how soft and white they are? Just as nice as when I got married.
Any woman's hands are apt to get red and rough if exposed to harsh soaps in the dishpan. Such soaps dry the natural oils of the skin. Why risk this when, for less than a cent a day, you can use gentle Lux Flakes for your dishes? Just try Lux Flakes for 10 days or so. You'll never use anything else. They're so soothing. Leave your hands so soft and white. Start using Lux Flakes for your breakfast dishes tomorrow. Now back to our play and Cecil B. DeMille.
We continue with Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Faced with the enviable task of spending $1 million inside of a year, Jack has gone on a mad buying spree. Nothing is too much, nothing is too good. But his romance with Mary, he's at a complete standstill due to the conditions of the bequest. He can't marry her, nor can he tell her the reason. As our scene begins, we're in Jack's suite of offices. Mary and Dudley, the business manager, are in deep conversation.
I tell you, Miss Gray, he's throwing his money around like a madman. He's run through $100,000 in the last 30 days, and what has he got to show for it?
A lot of canceled checks.
Exactly. Now, look at this. $710 for typewriters.
How many did he get?
10. And he's hired 5 stenographers.
Gee, they'll have to use their feet, too.
Oh, Miss Gray, you've got to do something. If he keeps on at this rate, he won't have a penny to his name. And he's in the market, too. He just bought 1,000 shares of stock that's headed straight for the bottom. They sell him out, it'll cost him about $40,000.
$40,000?
And he's going to buy more this afternoon. It's absolutely worthless. I tried to tell him, but he won't listen to me.
Will he listen to me? I've got a couple of things I'd like to speak to Mr. Brewster about.
Well, look who's here. Good morning, Mary. Good morning, Dudley.
Good morning, Mr. Brewster. There's a man waiting to see you in the outer office.
I'm too busy to see him now. Send him a check.
A check? What for?
I don't care. Whatever he's selling. Well, Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm all.
I'll take it, Dudley. You skip along outside.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mary. Hello? Yes? All right, yes, 1,000 shares. That's right. Oh, going down, eh? We'll buy another 1,000. Sure, I mean it. I'm a bull. I said I'm a bull.
Like in baloney.
And listen, if it goes down again, keep buying. Right. Well, Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm all.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Why, of course I'll contribute to a deserving charity. What's the name of the organization? The Society for Helping Joe Dugan. I see. All right, Mr. Dugan, come and see me in the morning. Well, Mary, how's every little...
Oh, I'm all.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, that's right. I'm putting on a new show. Oh, you're an actor, eh? Now, that's fine. Would you be willing to accept $250 a week? What? You're not worth it? All right, then. I'll make it $500. Goodbye. Well, Mary, how are you?
Hand me that phone, will you?
Hey, what are you doing? Stop it.
I'm all right, Jack. How are you?
Thanks for ruining my telephone. There goes another $10.
I'm not going to sit here and listen to you spend money all day.
Oh, what do you mean? It's business, isn't it? You know the old saying, you got to spend it if you want to make it.
Yes, and a fool and his money are soon parted.
He who hesitates is lost. Now, it's your turn.
Look what you've been doing the last month. Running around like a wild man. And this new show you're going to open. You realize the producer lost $70,000 last year on a show like that?
Oh, cheapskate. Wait till you see my flop. I mean my show.
And Barbara Dawn. You seem to be getting along fine with her, don't you?
What do you mean?
Spending all that money for clothes and furs. You bought her 3 fur coats in the last 2 weeks.
Well, that's all right. We're just building her up.
What for, a polar expedition?
You're not jealous now, are you, Mary?
Jealous of Barbara Dawn? I should say not.
Oh, Mary, don't feel like that. Barbara Dawn is nothing to me. Really, you're the only one that counts.
Well, if you think so much of me, why don't you do something about it?
You mean, get married?
Yes. I've been wearing your engagement ring so long, my whole hand is turning green.
Now, look, Mary. Mary, you've gotta trust me. I just can't get married now.
Why not?
Well, I can't tell you. You'll just have to take my word. There's a very good reason. Look, will you trust me, Mary?
Well, if you'll stop spending money.
Oh, gee, thanks. That's swell.
Oh, Mr. Brewster.
Yeah?
Your car's downstairs.
Oh, that's right. Come on, Mary. I've got an appointment with a man to buy a gold. Well, how do you like the new car, Mary? Only $18,000. Not bad, huh?
It's all right. You got a trailer, too, huh?
Trailer? That's the rumble seat.
Hey, watch out where you're driving. Slow down.
Don't worry. Everything's under control, Mary. Watch that speedometer.
Hey, stop.
What for? We're only doing 60.
I said stop. Did you hear me? Stop.
Nothing doing. Hey, pull over there.
You'll stop.
Gee. Can you imagine that? A cop.
Don't give him any back talk, Jack. A friend of mine got a big fine the other day for sacking a policeman.
Oh, yeah? Are you sure of that?
I was with him. Why?
Oh, never mind. A big fine, eh? Well.
Look out, he's coming over.
Well, where do you think you're going? To a fire?
What's it to you, slug?
Jack.
Oh, fresh guy, eh?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Shut up.
Hey, Weasel. I got a good mind to hand you a ticket. What do you think of that?
Make it two. I have a lady with me.
Hey, listen, mister. It's a $200 fine for doing 60 in this town. See?
Sure, I see, you dope. You think I'm blind? And I wasn't doing 60. I was doing 75.
Oh, you was, eh?
Yeah, in another minute I'd have been in high.
Now, listen, you.
Come on. Give me a ticket and scram out of here before I lose my temper.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. What does he think he is, anyhow? I'm a citizen of this town and a taxpayer. I'm not taking any back talk from a dumb flatfoot. What do you think of that, Charlie Chan?
I guess you're right, mister.
What?
Maybe I was too hasty. I'm sorry.
Hey, wait a minute.
After all, it's folks like you who are paying my salary, and I got no right to get fresh with you. Excuse me.
Hey, wait, what about the ticket? What about that $200 fine?
Oh, that's all right. Forget it, mister. So long.
Hey!
Hello? Mr. Brewster's office? Oh, Mr. Brewster, can you see Miss Dawn now?
Okay, have her come in.
Have her come in, please.
How do we stand, Dudley? Go on with that report.
Well, that's all there is, sir. Your expenses for the last 2 months total almost $300,000.
$300,000 in 2 months. Not bad. How's that stock of mine?
Going down faster than ever.
Good. When it hits zero, sell. Oh, hello, Miss Dawn.
Hello, Mr. Brewster.
That'll be all, Dudley.
Yes, sir.
Well, how's the little leading lady today?
Just fine. Like my new dress?
Hey, that's all right. Better get a couple of more just like it.
Oh, Jack. Why are you so sweet to me, Jack?
Oh, I just like to spend money, and you've got to have clothes if you're going to be a star. You're one of my big investments, Miss Dawn.
Was that all I mean to you? Investment?
Well, now
I don't believe it. You wouldn't be doing all this for me unless...
No.
Oh, Jack, why don't you say it? Why don't you tell me that you love me?
What?
You do. You know you do.
Now, look here, Miss Dawn. You're making a big mistake.
Perhaps, but I love you anyway. There, I've said it.
I mean, you're all wrong
I'm
about
not
that.
wrong. I don't care what anyone says about you. I still think you're the nicest man I ever met.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jack, darling. Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Come right in. You know Miss Dawn, of course.
Miss Dawn? Not the Miss Dawn.
Yeah.
The one who used to live at our boarding house? I think you remember me. Gee, I didn't recognize you for a minute behind those eyelashes. Or is it a new kind of a veil?
Now, wait, Mary.
If you'll excuse me, Jack, I'll come back sometime when you're alone. He was alone when I came in. Oh, she wants to be alone with you, huh? What did she mean by that crack?
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Mary. Listen, do you want to come to the theater with me? I'm picking talent for the new show.
Talent? It was up to you. Garber would still be in Sweden.
Oh, come on. Right this way, Mr. Brewster. Okay, Gallagher. Mary, you sit next to me. We got plenty of talent here this afternoon.
Plenty and loud.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet down. Well, all right. Let's see. Who's first?
We are, Mr. Brewster. Yeah, we were here first.
Well, what are your names, boys?
Moisey and Slade. You know those two funny guys. I'm Moisey. Yeah, he's Moisey.
I guess that makes you Slade, then.
Yeah, we're comedians. Ain't we, Moisey?
Yeah. Well, that's very funny. Let's hear your act, boys.
Don't tell me there's more.
Mary.
Well, I come out, see? I walk across the stage. Slade comes out from the other side, and we bump into each other. We bump into each other.
Make it hard.
And I say, hello, Slade.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait. You don't have to go any further. You're killing me. Take these fellas outside and sign them up.
Take them outside and hang them up.
This way, boys.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Brewster, but may I have a word with you?
What is it?
I don't wish to waste my time here any further. I am a tragedian. I have trod the boards as Hamlet, as Macbeth, as Othello. Have you an opening for me?
Well,
There's a manhole just outside.
Quiet. See, Mr. Gallagher, tell him I said you can play prologue.
I thank you.
Now, who's next, folks?
We are. Come on, Goldstein. Sure. How are you, Mr. Brewster?
Oh, hello.
We're Gillis and Goldstein, and we're writing up smash hits for singing.
Songwriters, eh? Did you ever write any hit numbers?
Listen, you ever hear Mother McCree, Old Man River, the St. Louis Blues?
Yeah, sure.
We write good ones.
Hmm.
Hey, listen. I got a song will be sweeping the country by storm.
Yeah, what's the name of it?
My Hoochie Coochie Kid. Swing it.
Be good for our show, rather.
I got a Hoochie Coochie baby, down on Hoochie Coochie Isle. And if she's something, believe me, mister, she's the swellest gal in town. Hot stuff, eh?
It burns me up, too.
Listen, Mr. Goldstein, are all your songs like that one?
If such a thing is possible, some of them are even better.
If such a thing is possible.
Wait a minute. There's no use going any further with this talent business.
Now you're getting smart.
Hey, Gallagher.
Yes, Mr. Brewster?
Give everybody here a contract. Rehearsal start tomorrow. We should be ready to open in a month.
If such a thing is possible.
Oh. Hello, Dudley.
Hello, Miss Brewster. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but I've got to see you.
Well, sure. Come in. You see the opening tonight, Dudley?
Yes, sir. But that's not what I've come to talk about.
Hey, you look worried. What's the matter?
Mr. Brewster, I've got a confession to make.
At 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir. I couldn't sleep. It's been on my mind for a week, and I can't bear it any longer.
Wait, here. What's wrong?
Mr. Brewster, I'm a thief.
A thief?
A swindler. An embezzler. I've stolen money from you. Gambled with it on the market. I thought the stock would go up, but it didn't. And now I've come to confess. Oh, do what you want with me. I don't care. I'm no good.
I see. What stock did you buy?
American Timber.
How much did you lose?
$22,000.
That's loyalty for you. You get a hot thing like that, and you don't let me in on it. What? Take another $10,000. Buy some more.
You mean you're not going to send me to prison?
Of course not. That isn't not unless the stock goes up.
But I'll pay it back. I swear with every penny.
I don't want it back.
But I want to give it to you. $22,000.
I said I don't want it. Now listen. Have you seen the newspaper account of my new show?
Why, no.
Well, get this. It's practically certain that Playboy Brewster, that's me, has backed the biggest flop ever seen on Broadway. Before it is withdrawn, it will probably cost him over $200,000. There. And you come around with your paltry $22,000. Get out of here.
Here you are, Mr. Brewster. Here are the latest reports.
Let me see. Oh, this is awful.
Oh, well, Mr. Brewster, what's wrong?
That gold mine I bought. Look, they struck gold.
Struck gold? Why, that's wonderful.
Dudley, you got to sell that mine, do you hear? And sell it cheap.
Cheap? It's worth a fortune.
That's the whole trouble. For 8 months I've been going beautifully, and now look what happened. I've started to make money. Answer that.
Hello? Yes? Yes, he's here. Who? Oh, one moment, please.
Who is it?
It's Hollywood calling. Mr. Rosenblatt of Super Sound Pictures.
Oh, it's the Brewster. What does he want? Hello? Yes, Jack Brewster. What? You want to buy the rights to my show? Are you crazy? My show is a flop, the biggest flop in years. Oh, I see. You like to buy flops because they're cheaper. Well, I won't sell. No, I don't want a check for $50,000. Goodbye. Oh, this is terrible. What am I going to do?
Why, Mr. Brewster, I don't understand.
Shut up. I got to think something. What can I do to... Wait a minute. Wait, I've got an idea.
Yes, sir?
Dudley, go out and buy me a yacht.
A what?
A yacht, a big one. Hire me a crew and invite all my friends. My enemies, too. I want a crowd. We're going on a 3-month cruise.
Say, Skipper, where did you say we were?
About 30 miles off the coast of Virginia, Miss Gray.
Is that all? You mean we've been sailing around out here for 6 weeks and we're only that far?
We've been going in circles. I heard Mr. Brewster give the order.
I advised him to turn around and head for port yesterday, but he won't do it.
Head for port? What for?
The barometer's falling fast. We're in for a heavy storm.
A storm? Holy smoke.
I can't understand, Mr. Brewster. I asked him why he wanted to stay out, and he said he can't run the risk of making money on shore.
I think he's going batty.
Where's he now?
He's forward with Miss Dawn.
Oh, he is, eh? I've suspected that for a long time.
I mean, he's in the forepart of the boat. He and Miss Dawn are making plans to produce another show.
What? Another show, eh? Wait here, folks. I'll tell him a thing or two.
You see, Miss Dawn, I figure the ballet alone will cost about $70,000.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I think there's a storm approaching.
You said it, fathead. I want to speak to you.
Oh, a tornado, huh? Hello, Mary.
What's the idea of putting on another show? Didn't the last one cost you enough?
Not quite. You see,
Pardon me. I'm not wanted here. I'll leave. You got something there. Goodbye.
Now listen, Mary.
You listen to me. I'm sick and tired of the way you're throwing money around. And I'm sick and tired of waiting for you to make up your mind about getting married.
Oh, why are you getting excited?
Excited? I don't want a honeymoon on the Townsend plan.
Mary, look, give me 2 months. That's all I ask. Just 2 months.
What are you talking about?
Oh, man, I can't explain it now, but the show will cost about $250,000. That's exactly what I have to get rid. Oh, don't ask me.
All right. But listen to this. If you throw another penny away on a new show, or any other crazy idea, we're through. Washed up.
Oh, Mary.
I mean it. If you do one more crazy stunt, I'll never look at you again.
Mr. Brewster.
What do you want, Skipper?
We've got to turn around and hit report, sir. We're listing badly.
But I don't want to go on shore.
We've got to. If we don't start now, we'll have to be assisted by the Marjorie O. She's standing by to help us.
Oh, I don't care. Do what you want.
Yes, sir. But if the Marjorie O assists us, she'll get salvage value. The whole boat will belong to the owners of the Marjorie O.
What?
It's maritime law. You'll lose $250,000.
Wait a minute. Are you sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, put out to sea.
What?
Are you crazy?
Yes, sir. Put out to sea and notify the Marjorie O. We need assistance. Tell her we'll give her salvage rights and a bonus to every sailor. Go on. Go on.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
After getting rid of $1 million, we think Jack Benny Brewster and Mary Gray Livingston are entitled to a little rest. So before continuing our play, we bring you another couple who also find themselves the possessors of sudden wealth. As the result of a $2.50 investment in the Irish sweepstakes, Marjorie Wood and Norbert Jansen of Los Angeles have just received $50,000. I've asked them here to tell us what it's like to get pennies from heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, Marjorie Wood and Norbert Jansen. First, what are you going to do with the money?
We put it in the bank.
In a joint account?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Mills. You see, we figured if we could win $50,000, then anything might happen between now and April. Then we expect to get married.
We decided not to take any chances.
What do you do for a living, Bert?
Well, I'm a painter.
Portraits or landscape?
Neither. He paints hot water heaters.
And you?
Well, I used to work in an ice cream parlor, but I've been taking it kind of easy ever since the money came along.
In our play tonight, Jack Benny fainted when he found a fortune in his lap. Now, how did you take the shock?
Well, we were both eating lunch over at Marjorie's house, but we learned that our horse had been drawn.
But what did you do? What did you say?
We just looked at each other, and Norbert said, "Hey, I sure would like another piece of apple pie." The first thing we're going to do is buy a car so we can go on our honeymoon.
We'd never seen New York, and I sure want to... And if we aren't scrapping by that time, I guess we'll all go down to Florida.
But first, I want to see Niagara Falls.
And when we get back, I'm going to keep on painting hot water heaters, and Marjorie can run the house.
And believe me, we're not going to have any maids either. I learned plenty in my life about being thrifty and careful, and I'm going right on being just the same way. Because this is a Lux program, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say to you one of the things that has helped me a lot in being thrifty has been to take care of my silk stockings and other nice things by washing them in Lux slate. I'll continue to use them.
That's sound advice for every housewife. And now just one more question. Why do you suppose fate picked you two to win that $50,000?
Well, I don't know, except maybe it was because I was born on Friday, April 13th, 1913.
And you, Miss Wood?
I wish I could be original, but I can't. I was born on Friday, April 13th, 1913, too.
Why don't you get married on April 13th? And let's hope your luck continues. Thank you both for coming here.
Bye,
Goodbye,
Mr.
Mr. DeMille.
Don't leave till you see what happens to Brewster. And now, Oh, Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. It's the morning of the last day, the day on which Jack has to be completely broke if he's to inherit his grandfather's $6 million. In his hotel room, he's talking to Grant, the lawyer.
So you're really broke, eh, Mr. Brewster?
Listen, Mr. Grant, I'm so broke that, well, I haven't eaten in a week. If I pull my belt in one more notch, I'll look like an hourglass.
What about possessions? Do you own anything?
Not a thing. I lost my boat. I sold my furniture. I owe 2 months' hotel and office rent. If the holes in my socks were any bigger, I could use them for garters.
Well, you seem to have complied with all the conditions of the will. Of course, it's not 12 o'clock noon yet.
I know it. That's why I'm hiding out. Believe me, I've had a tough time, Mr. Grant. Everything I touched turned to gold. Except Mary's ring. And I'm not taking any chances. I'm staying right here until the time's almost up.
A good idea. Well, I suppose you've had a good time spending all that money.
No, it was all right. Of course, I lost my girl.
You mean Miss Gray?
Yeah. She got sore at me for spending so much and walked out. I haven't seen her for 2 months.
Oh, well, those things happen, Mr. Brewster. Like I always say, that's life.
Did you make that up yourself? Anyway, Mr. Grant, I don't feel too happy about it.
Well, maybe when she finds out the real reason why you were spending your money, she'll forgive you.
Maybe. That's why I want her to be in the office when you hand over the money. And I've asked the whole crowd to show up.
I'll be delighted to explain it to her. Well, it's time I left, Mr. Brewster. I'll see you at exactly 12 noon.
That's right, at the office.
Until that time, don't take any nickels, wooden or otherwise.
I could have used you in my show.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Brewster's office. No, he ain't here. Yeah. Well, I want to see him, too. He owes me 13 weeks' salary. Say, do you know a good lawyer? I want to bring a suit against that guy myself.
Here, put down that phone. It's a fine thing you're doing, asking for a lawyer so you can sue your own boss. That's loyalty, that is.
Oh, dry up. What about my back salary?
I only owe you 13 weeks. You're not superstitious, are you? You'll get your back salary as soon as I get what's coming to me.
And I hope it's soon.
I'll remember that remark, Miss Higgins, when it's time for bonuses. Anybody arrive yet?
Yeah, they're inside. Say, where is that guy? Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, Mary. Gee, it's good to see you again.
Yeah. Well, I didn't come because I wanted to. Mr. Dudley dragged me. I didn't ever want to see you again.
Oh, gee. Don't talk like that, Mary. I'm crazy about you. No fooling.
Don't mind me, folks. I don't work here anymore.
You may go, Miss Higgins.
Sure.
Mary, let me look at you. Gee, you look swell.
Thanks. If you look better, I'd return the compliment.
Well, I've been on a sort of a diet. Haven't eaten much of anything for a week. You know, life has its ups and downs, Mary. Sometimes you're on top. Sometimes you hit the bottom.
You must have landed with an awful spud.
Well,
You're broke, eh?
Well, sort of.
In other words, you're right back where you were 9 years ago. No money, no job.
That's right. Only this time, I haven't even got a girl.
And what happened to that Dawn dame?
Oh, Mary, she meant nothing to me.
Only 3-4 coats a week.
I wish I had the lining of one for a suit.
Oh, well, I don't want to talk about her.
Look, Mary, do you think that... would it be possible... Oh, you probably won't believe me anyway.
Probably not.
Mary, I've been a fool. I'll be a different guy. Wait till you see.
You mean you'll really reform?
From now on, you won't know it's the same fella. I'll let you be the boss. You can even handle the cash.
That'll be easy enough.
What do you say, Mary? Is it a go? I mean, can we start all over again?
Well...
Oh, come on.
You promise you won't pull any more crazy stunts?
Cross my heart, I'll never spend a dime unless you okay it.
All right, Jack. It's a go.
Oh, gee, Mary.
Some fun, eh?
Yeah.
Come on, we better join the others. They're waiting for you.
That's right, I forgot. Where are they, in here?
Yeah.
Gee, I'm not even hungry now. Hello, folks.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Mr. Brewster. We've been anxious.
One at a time, folks, one at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked you here today for a very special reason. I'm not at liberty to tell you what it's all about, but as soon as the clock strikes 12, I'm going to hand you all a big surprise. During the last year, you have all seen me under very trying conditions. Needless to say, I had good reason for my actions, but now everything has turned out fine. In the first place, I am completely broke. But never mind that. It's all part of the plan.
What's the big surprise, Jack?
You'll see, Mary. Well, while we're waiting, I have a little surprise, too.
You, Mr. Dudley?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brewster once did a very fine thing for me, and I've never forgotten it. To show him that my heart's in the right place and to prove my gratitude, I take pleasure in returning to him his $22,000.
What?
Here you are, Mr. Brewster. Here.
Put it away! Put it away!
I promised to pay it back.
You asked for it. Get rid of it.
Jack, you take that.
No. Listen, I don't want it. I can't take it. I don't know what he's talking about.
Remember what I said, Jack.
Open the window, quick.
The man's crazy.
Now, give me that money. There. That settles that.
Holy mackerel, he threw $22,000 out the window.
And that's not ticker tape. Jack, this is the end.
Mary, I had to do
Don't
it.
speak to me, and after you promised
Mary,
to...
listen.
No.
The guy's off his nuts.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brewster.
Oh, come in, Mr. Grant. Mary, don't leave, please. Sit down, Mr. Grant.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Brewster, it's exactly 12 noon. Have you changed your financial status?
Mr. Grant, I'm twice as broke as ever before.
Good. Then I take pleasure in presenting you with this check for $6 million. Here you are.
It's a gag.
No, it isn't, Mary. I'm rich.
I don't get this.
Well, Mary, look. Now, let me explain. I had to spend my uncle's million in a year so I could get the $6 million left by my grandfather. It's all mine, Mary. Every penny of it.
Just a minute. I don't understand this yet, but don't forget our agreement. I handle the cash.
Yes, my love. Are you happy, Mary?
Oh, Jack, it's wonderful.
You know, from now on, you can have anything you want.
Anything?
Yeah.
You mean it?
Of course I do.
Well, let's run out and get a hamburger. I'm starved.
Okay, and the treat's on me.
Brewster gets his millions, Mary gets Brewster, and we get a promise from Jack Benny and Mary Livingston that after a little time out, they'll be back with us for a bit of Benny banter. Willies of Hollywood is not a term referring to the jitters of the film capital. Willies is really William Monshine, the man who sheathes the handsome legs of many Hollywood stars in silk stockings. His rise is one from canvas to silk, for Willie started his career as an amateur prize fighter, winning 60 out of 85 bouts by knockouts. But then silk stockings caught his eye, and he's been designing them ever since, for motion pictures and such Broadway shows as Earl Carroll's Vanities. Ladies and gentlemen, Willies of Hollywood.
Thank you. A woman's vanity can be blamed for a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen, but not for silk stockings. For it was none other than King Henry VIII who first exhibited the fatted calf in silk.
His daughter, Queen Elizabeth, was the first woman to wear silk stockings. Her first pair were 2 months in the making. Now, you tell us about the stocking feet of Hollywood's royalty.
Right now, many of the stars are wearing sandal stockings, those that have neither toe nor heel. This is a type that now graces the international famous legs of Marlene Dietrich. Lily Pons wears them, afternoon and evening. Grace Moore prefers them, and so does Greta Garbo. Miss Garbo is frequently accused of large feet, but I assure you she wears the same size stocking as the average woman, 9.5. Ginger Rogers is very fond of iridescent stockings. Jean Harlow invariably wears nets, mesh hose for both street and formal dress.
Well, this may be a little shock to the husbands in our audience, but didn't you tell me that a woman should have 20 pairs of stockings?
That's quite true. But they'll last a full year if properly cared for. Here's the advice I give the motion picture wardrobe directors here in Hollywood. When you use Lux Flakes, you preserve the elasticity of silk. And naturally, stockings fit better and wear longer. You should never soak stockings or rub them. Just dip them into Lux suds that are lukewarm or cool. Then rinse in almost cool water. After this, you can roll them in a Turkish towel to take out the moisture. Then shape them a bit and dry away from heat. Never dry stockings on a radiator. Here are some tips about selecting the right stockings. If you're a little on the heavy side, you'll find that stockings with clocks or net stockings with perpendicular lines will slenderize wide calves and ankles. If your legs are a bit too thin, get stockings with a very low heel. I hope I've been of some help. Thank you.
Good night, Willies of Hollywood. According to the clock, it's now time for tonight's star to make a second entrance. I welcome her with a bouquet of freshly plucked congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mary Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and I'd like to tell you what a grand program I think the Lux Radio Theater is, especially tonight. And I'm sure that goes for my assistant, too.
Assistant?
Come in.
Miss Livingston?
Yes?
I'd like to take this opportunity to
I'm
wish
sorry,
you...
Jack. I'm sorry, but I was just about to interview our star, Miss Livingston.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd like to hear me play the B on my violin.
So would millions of other people, but we don't believe you own a violin, and we don't believe you can play one. It's just an obsession that's gone to your head.
Yeah, he's got a bee in his bonnet.
Yeah? Is that DeMille or Fred Allen? Huh? Say, Mr. DeMille... Mr. DeMille, you directed the picture, The Plainsman. Huh?
Yes, I did. Did you see it?
Yes, and I want to tell you how good I thought it could be. Nice photography, swell story. I thought Gene Arthur was terrific.
Yeah, you know, Gary Cooper was in it, too.
Cooper? Oh, yes, that's what I wanted to speak to you about. Of course, you know, Gary and I are both working for Paramount Studio, and I don't want to say anything out of the way, but, look, Mr. DeMille, you know, I do that outdoor stuff myself. You've heard of me, Buck Benny, I think.
Yes,
I can't understand how you've overlooked me. I see you in the commissary all the time.
Oh, do you eat in there?
Yes, that's in my contract. I get my meals and car fare.
What about your salary?
They're coming to that.
Yes. If you ever make another picture of that type, please don't forget me.
Thank you, I will.
You're welcome.
Oh, Jack, tell me, doesn't this kind of a broadcast make you a little nervous?
Well, now that it's all over, Mr. DeMille, I will admit I was. Of course, on our own half-hour shows, I generally give my all. But this being an hour show, I just had to give twice of myself. You were good, too, Mary, and tonight I'm going to pay you for working with me. What are you laughing at?
I just thought of something very funny.
All right, what is it?
This is my lucky day.
Remember our own products, Mary.
Jack, I want to thank you and Mary for coming up here tonight. Maybe you can't play the bee, but you can play Brewster like $1 million.
And if you spend it all in 1 year, $6 million.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille, for letting me be an actor.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Oh, Mr. DeMille, don't forget that little thing we discussed. You know, the hint I dropped. Remember, I'm the Cooper type.
Yes, Jackie.
Jackie Cooper. Goodbye.
Thank you, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. There's a rare dramatic thrill awaiting us next week, and Mr. DeMille tells us about it in just a moment. Tonight, our cast included Crawford Kent as Mr. Grant, Fred Harrington as Mr. Vanderpool, Lee Millar as Mr. Dudley, Margaret Brayton as Barbara Dawn, Helena Grant as Sophie Smith, Helen Kears as Mrs. Gray, John Gibson as Mike Donovan, Hal K. Dawson as Mr. Murphy, Eddie Kane as Slade, Lionel Belmore as Presidium, Ross Forrester as Gillis, Abe Reynolds as Goldstone, Inez Seabury as Secretary, Lou Merrill as Skipper, William Royal as Police Officer, and Frank Nelson as Stage Manager. The play Brewster's Millions is by Winchell Smith and Byron Onley, dramatized from the novel by George Barr McCutcheon. Jack Benny and Mary Livingston appeared through courtesy of General Foods, the makers of Jell-O, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Love is News. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater, we nail the skull and crossbones to our mast and lift anchor on what I consider the most thrilling and romantic drama ever to have come from the pen of that master of adventure, Raphael Sabatini. Our play, Captain Blood. And our stars, the same splendid four who made the motion picture such a memorable event on the modern screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Errol Flynn, Olivia de Havilland, Basil Rathbone, and Henry Stevenson. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater takes us back to the days of cutthroats and cutlasses in presenting Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland in Captain Blood, with Basil Rathbone, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Every song I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. And now, here is Dennis.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Alumni Society of my alma mater, Manhattan College, is holding its annual dinner in the Grand Ballroom of the Roosevelt Hotel in New York. Since I can't be there in person, I would like to be there in voice and spirit by singing for the student body and alumni of Manhattan one of our college songs, Manhattan Men.
Manhattan men, see your alma mater beckoning. Look once again to the day of joyous reckoning, when she will stand on the heights a mighty conqueror. Each battle brings her further to the fore. Let us lend a helping hand. Go onward, onward, Manhattan men. We must never stop until the banner of our college waves at the very top. Time will make our conquest complete, something for all the world to see. So green and white we'll fight with all our might for this victory. Onward, onward, Manhattan men, we must never stop until the banner of our college waves at the very top. Time will make our conquest complete, something for all the world to see. So green and white we'll fight with all our might for this victory.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive Shave Cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive Shave Cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Shave Cream way.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards cut easier, 75% less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
Just get Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive Shave Cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
us achieve the prominence of a mention in the public press. Our young hero, Dennis Day, made it once when he became the only man in the history of Weaverville Public School to enter the 8th grade under the GI Bill of Rights. But real fame has always eluded him until today. He's just burst open the front door of the Anderson house in a state of wild excitement to come face to face with his astonished girlfriend, Mildred.
Mildred, the evening paper, is it here? My picture's in it, Mildred, my picture.
Your picture?
Yeah, for the Weaverville Safety Campaign, to cut down street accidents. You see, some people cross streets outside of the safety zone, some cross against the lights, some cross diagonally from corner to corner.
But why did they take your picture?
I was the first person to do everything wrong at the same time.
So that's it.
Sure, I'm famous. I've been chosen the pedestrian most likely to decease. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, yes, I guess so. How long has this safety campaign been going on?
Oh, it started this morning. The mayor began it himself with speeches at the corner of 3rd and Elm from the hospital.
Gee. 2 speeches in one morning?
Well, it was really one speech continued. While he was speaking at the corner of 3rd and Elm, a car hit him.
Well, the paper's right here. Let's see now.
Oh, look, right there on page 1. Read that caption.
Do you wish to visit a cemetery permanently? All you have to do is walk across the street in the criminally careless manner of Dennis Day, 22, whose photo appears above.
That's me.
At first, Mr. Day was believed drunk or crazy, but it was later learned he walks this way all the time.
I'm going to send clippings to all my friends.
Well, they've certainly given you quite... Why, Dennis.
What?
Well, the picture, it isn't your picture at all.
Oh, Mildred, you must be mistaken.
I'm not. Look. Your hair's black, this man's a blonde. You're clean-shaven, he has a mustache. You have a small nose, and he has a great big one. And you're wearing a blue suit, he has on a gray one with a Dewey button in the lapel. Don't you see?
Gee, you're right. It can't be me. I'm a Democrat.
Of course it isn't you. They ran a picture of another man over your story.
Well, that's a fine thing. I nearly get myself killed, and they give someone else credit for it.
Yes, I know how you feel. Well, you were almost famous, Dennis.
Yeah, darn it anyway. I was going to use that picture to start a couple of scrapbooks for our children.
Gee, do you really think we'll have some someday, Dennis?
Why not? I saw some swell ones for sale at Woolworth's the other day. Well, I'll see you at dinner.
Dinner will be ready as soon as Dennis comes down, Herbert.
Very well, my Theta Barra.
Anything new in the paper tonight?
Well, I see some fella stuffed his wife into a trunk and threw it in the lake.
Oh, my, isn't that awful?
Yeah, it'll probably spoil the fishing for months. Oh, well, that's, Why, great Scott.
What's the matter?
Why, right here on page 18, there's a picture of Dennis Day.
Dennis Day? What's his picture doing in the paper?
Listen to what it says under it. Still missing after 4 years' search, Schuyler Van Rensselaer, heir to the great Van Rensselaer sardine fortune, pictured above, is believed amnesia victim.
You mean... Oh, Herbert, it can't be Dennis Day.
Well, it must be. It's his picture.
Amnesia. So that's it. I knew no one could act like Dennis does and be normal. Oh, that poor, unfortunate, dear, sweet, rich boy.
Gosh, so it isn't our Dennis Day at all. He's Schuyler Van Rensselaer, who was in the fish business.
I knew there was something about that boy.
Really? Well, I've stood very close to him, and I never noticed it.
Read the rest of it, Herbert.
It just says that young Van Rensselaer was born November 17th, 1927. His brother and sister are offering $10,000 reward to anyone successfully aiding him in the recovery of his memory.
10,000? Herbert, we've got to bring back that boy's memory. My maternal instincts have been aroused.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Oh, I hear him coming downstairs.
Now, we've got to be careful how we handle this, Herbert.
Very well, Pupsy.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, is dinner ready yet?
Dennis, I want to talk to you.
To me, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes. Do you know who you are, my boy?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Offhand, I'd say I was me.
You're wrong. You're not you at all.
I'm not?
No.
Gee, then who was that bleeding when I cut myself shaving this morning?
Dennis, try to think. Do you remember your father?
Oh, sure. I met him through my mother.
Did he ever discuss with you what you'd be doing in your later life?
Well, let's see. I do remember my father saying he hoped I'd grow up.
Yes?
That's all.
Well, we'll try a new tack. Do you remember where you were born?
Well, Mother told me it was in a small town out west.
Wrong. You were born in New York City.
Oh, well, anyway, it was in 1926.
Wrong again. It was 1927.
In June?
November.
Gee, Mother didn't know much about me, did she?
Herbert, you try.
Yes, Poopsie. Now, Dennis, I want you to concentrate.
Yes, sir. On what?
Sardines.
Yes, sir.
Are you concentrating on sardines?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now tell me, who is your father?
A sardine?
Want it back again, Poopsie?
Yes. Dennis, I want you to think about your family. Your mother and father and your brother and sister.
I have a brother and sister?
Of course.
Gee, and that sneaky doctor never said a word to my mother about it.
Dennis, not only have you a brother and sister, but you have millions and millions of dollars in your own name.
Boy, my next letter home is sure going to be newsy, isn't it?
I give up. No, wait a minute. You know how loss of memory is always cured in the movies, a sudden blow on the head?
Yeah.
Hand me the fire tongs, Herbert.
Poopsie, no, you can't. We're not sure he is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
So, if he's Dennis Day, have I lost anything?
No, Poopsie, there must be another way.
Yeah, please, Mrs. Anderson. It's none of my business what you do to somebody else's head, but let's not fool with it while I'm wearing it.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of Streets of Laredo.
I was just rambling through the streets of Laredo, just another stranger that day on my way to anywhere. She was wandering through the streets of Laredo. Those adobe walls so old turned to gold I saw there. She smiled at me passing by, and her eyes spent a moment with mine. Then all at once, seems the view took a new kind of shine. Now we never will roam from the streets of Laredo. Never want to lose the spell, for here we fell in love. Aye, aye, aye.
Well, because of a transposed newspaper photograph, the Andersons are convinced that Dennis Day is really Schuyler Van Rensselaer suffering from amnesia. It's the following morning now, and after a rather trying breakfast, our confused young hero has arrived at his place of work, Don Juan Alvarez Espinosa's antique shop. Sam Jacoby, proprietor.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Jacoby.
Hello, honey boy. Say, what's the matter there? Why are you looking all of a sudden like such a sad satchel?
It's just that I'm all mixed up, Mr. Jacoby. I'm so confused, I don't know where I am.
Oh, for a minute you scared me there. I thought maybe you weren't yourself this morning.
That's just the trouble. Maybe I'm not.
What's this?
I said maybe I'm not myself at all. Maybe I'm somebody else.
Excuse me, could you try it again a little slower? Remember, as far as I'm concerned, you got an accent.
You heard me right, Mr. Jacoby. I said maybe I'm not Dennis Day.
Well, if you ain't Dennis Day, who are you?
Schuyler Van Rensselaer the third.
The third? Who's on first?
Oh, it's nothing to joke about, Mr. Jacoby. I'm supposed to be Schuyler Van Rensselaer the third, the heir to a sardine fortune.
Let me get this straight, honey boy. You just found out you ain't Dennis Day the schnook at all. You're really Schuyler Van Rensselaer, the malted millionaire.
Yeah, isn't it awful?
Well, some days it goes like that, you know.
But Mrs. Anderson says I've got to recover my true identity. She wants me to go to a psychiatrist.
So what good is a foot doctor going to do you?
No, not a foot doctor. One of those fellows who puts you on a couch and explores your mind.
Oh, a pediatrician!
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, my wife's got a beauty. He's been exploring her brain for 6 months now and hasn't found a thing. I'll call Dr. Hopkins right.
Gee, that's swell, Mr. Jacoby. And if I really turn out to be Schuyler Van Rensselaer, well, I promise you'll be up to your ears in sardines.
Come in, my boy. Come right in. So you're the young man who thinks he's Dennis Day. That's your trouble, is it?
Yes, sir, and I've got it bad.
Yes. Well, we'll soon have you all straightened out. Now, suppose we get a little of your background right back to your infancy.
Yes, sir. Boy.
Yes, I know. Was there anything unusual or odd about your babyhood?
Well, half the time I couldn't see.
Couldn't see?
That's right. It was on account of my mother being so nearsighted.
Oh, heredity, huh?
No, sir. It was just that half the time she put the rubber pants on the wrong end of me.
I see. Perhaps we should take a somewhat later age. Say about the time you first became aware of girls.
I beg your pardon?
You realize there is an age at which young men become acutely aware of girls, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir, and I can hardly wait.
Obviously, schizophrenic.
Again, I would like to beg it?
Schizophrenic. Split personality.
Oh.
You have submerged your true character, hard-drinking, woman-chasing Van Rensselaer, beneath the assumed character of Dennis Day, who is just the opposite. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, sir. It's just that I don't know what you're talking about.
In other words, your amnesia is caused by an inner revulsion to your true self.
Ooh.
Now, I can confirm my findings with a very simple test. Have you ever heard of word association?
Oh, no, sir. But if they're anything like pyramid clubs, count me out.
I'm referring to a psychopathological test. Or to try and put it more understandably, neurasthenic.
You missed.
Well, in any event, I'll give you a word. Now, you're to tell me the word you associate with it. Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Black.
Black.
Black? I thought you'd say white.
Oh, we just met, Doctor. I don't want to start an argument with you.
It isn't an argument. It's a test. If I said boy, you'd say girl. Now, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Chair.
Thanks, but I've already got one.
Chair is the word. You're supposed to say table. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I'll try it again, son.
Okay, try it again.
I am trying it again. Please listen, son.
I am listening, Pop.
Son is the word I gave you. You're supposed to tell me the word it makes you think of.
Oh, moon.
At last. You finally understand what I mean. Are you ready now?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Bad.
That isn't the word! I'll give you the word now. Table.
Pat Sullivan.
What has Pat Sullivan to do with table?
Oh, he's a fellow I used to know. He was always under it.
Well, so much for word association.
Yes, sir.
In fact, for tests of all kinds. Young man, there's only one practical treatment for your condition. Hypnosis.
Hypnosis?
Yes. If you will permit me to put you into an induced hypnotic trance, as distinguished from the one you're in now, I believe I can reactivate your subconscious and restore your identity.
You mean you're going to hypnotize me?
Exactly, if you'll permit it.
Well, there is a fortune waiting for me, I hear. Go ahead.
Very well. Now look deep into my eyes.
Yes, sir.
That's it. You're getting drowsy. Your senses are becoming numb. You're falling asleep. Asleep. Sleep.
Hey, Doc, wake up.
Huh? Pardon me. Sometimes it goes into reverse. And look into my eyes again.
Yes, sir.
Deep into my eyes. You're growing drowsy. Languorous. That's it. You're falling asleep. Sleep. Sleep. You're now in a hypnotic state. Listen to me. You are not Dennis Day.
I am not Dennis Day.
Your name is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
My name is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
You are... You're a playboy, mad about women.
I'm a playboy, mad about women.
You like to take a drink now and then. When you awaken, you will go home, but remember nothing of Dennis Day. You will be Schuyler Van Rensselaer, the playboy. And now, awaken.
$5 and still no sign of him, Poopsie. Are you sure the boy's all right?
Of course he's all right, Herbert. Mr. Jacoby told me on the phone he'd send him to Dr. Hopkins, the psychiatrist.
And you really think he'll come back here thinking he's Schuyler Van Rensselaer?
I do.
Well, if I know Dennis, there's a much better chance that Dr. Hopkins will go back to Vienna thinking he's Dennis Day.
Oh, you're always fine.
Oh, that may be he. I'll go. Dennis.
The name is Schuyler, Shorty. Who are you?
Why, don't you know me? I'm Herbert Anderson.
Glad to meet you, Herbie. Is that all there is of you, or are you standing in a manhole?
My goodness gracious.
Oh, there you are, Dennis. You're back.
Hey, who's this character, Shorty? Your mother?
What?
Skip it, babe.
Babe? Why, you never called me anything but Mrs. Anderson in your life.
Well, don't crowd your luck.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, how about a little drink, hey?
A drink? Of what?
Oh, who cares? I'm Schuyler Van Rensselaer, 5602 North Elm Street, and I've switched everything. Give me some Kentucky Tavern and leave the roof on.
Oh, my soul and body.
Mother, have you heard of it? Oh, there you are.
Well, hiya, baby. Let's next. Come on, get your coat, kid. We'll go for a drive in the park.
I don't want to drive in the park.
Hey, look, babe, with me, you not only get to drive in the park, you get to park in the drive.
Mother, what's come over Dennis? Why, he's become a terrible ladies' man.
Yes, sir. All I need now is a terrible lady. Hey, what do you say? I'll even take you up for a little spin in my private plane.
You will not.
Don't be jealous, Fatso. Tell you what. I tell you what, you get on your broom and we'll have a race, huh?
How could you be so awful? You ought to be ashamed.
Now, don't race your motor, Toots. I'm feeling give-in-y if you're feeling give-outy.
Oh, you thief! Take this!
What? Mildred. Mrs. Anderson. Where am I?
Uh-oh, I think the enchanted hour is over.
Why, you're home, Dennis. What on earth happened to you?
Gosh, I don't know. The last I remember, I was in Dr. Hopkins' office. He hypnotized me.
Hypnotized you? Then you're not Schuyler Van Rensselaer?
Oh, please don't start that again. I'm Dennis Day, Mrs. Anderson. Honest, I am. Mildred, did I act funny?
I should say you did, and the things you had nerve enough to say to my mother.
Oh, my goodness. I'm going down to that doctor's office right now and tell him off plenty.
And I'm going with you, Dennis.
Are you going to tell him off too, Mr. Anderson?
No, sir. I'm going down for a treatment.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Want to win $49,000 in cash? That's right, $49,000 in cash. The first prize offered by the makers of Palmolive soap in their big, exciting 49 Gold Rush contest. Second prize, $4,900. And there are 4,949 other cash prizes. What a chance to win. $100,000 in cash prizes, and it's easy to enter. Simply finish this sentence, I like Palmolive soap because, in 25 words or less. That's all. Just 25 words or less to finish the sentence, I like Palmolive soap because. Then mail your entry right away with a Palmolive soap wrapper. Easy, isn't it? And remember, thousands will strike it rich in the big 49 Gold Rush contest. Enter as often as you like. Get entry blanks and complete rules from your dealer, or send your entries on plain paper with your name and address and dealer's name and address, plus one Palmolive wrapper for each entry. Mail to Gold Rush Contest, Box 49, New York 8, New York. Better write that down. Gold Rush Contest, Box 49, New York 8, New York. Get Palmolive soap right away to help win a lovelier complexion and try for your share of the $100,000 in cash prizes.
With the music of Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the popular ballad, So in Love.
Strange, dear, but true, dear, when I'm close to you, dear, the stars fill the sky, so in love with you am I.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You
owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week for Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
Now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Most institutions such as Ivy seem quickly to acquire an atmosphere of age and permanence. So much so that it's hard to imagine a day when they were brash new infants in the field of education. But everything good has a beginning, and Ivy's beginning is commemorated each year at the annual Founders' Day celebrations. This year's honored guest is Ivy's oldest living alumnus, Silas Livingston, who arrived late last night at the home of President William Todhunter Hall. And so we find Dr. Hall's lovely wife, Victoria, quietly planning a breakfast tray in the kitchen.
Now, let me see. I think I'll give him one soft scrambled egg with toast, the fruit juice, farina, and green tea. Toddy, if you were 91 years old, is that about what you'd like for breakfast?
Victoria, my love, when I am 91 and you are a girl of, say...
Easy does it. I'll never admit to more than 73.
And you are a slip of a girl of 73, breakfast will no longer be eaten. Meals will be a matter of chemically concentrated food. A red capsule for breakfast, a white capsule for lunch, a blue capsule for dinner.
And for political banquets, all of them. And 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue. Anyway, there won't be any more jokes about the bride's biscuits.
No, the comedians will have to modernize. They'll do things like, Mary has a little lamb and thinks that it perhaps will end its days like beef and ham compressed into a capsule.
I do think that's good. Yeah, well, anyway, I think that's about what Mr. Livingston would enjoy for his breakfast. Poor old boy. He certainly looked tired when he arrived here last night. Like a little baby deprived of its sleep.
Oh, that's an unkind comparison. A baby is notoriously the most greedy, egocentric, and grasping of organisms. Even while it is being tenderly talcumed, it is plotting how it can snatch your eyeglasses, eat the nearest safety pin, and scream with rage when unable to bite off its own toe. I love them. I find them irresistible.
Yeah, I suppose nature made them so cuddly to compensate for taking advantage of us. Yeah, by the way, do we have Mr. Livingston all day, or does Mr. Wellman help to unroll the red carpet?
Oh, I'm afraid Mr. Wellman is too busy playing host to a small virus which has taken up a homestead in his left bronchial tube.
Oh. It seems almost unfair to use penicillin on a little virus brave enough to attack our Clarence.
Mr. Wellman appears to be convinced that it was through some witchcraft that he was victimized.
Oh.
I think he believes the virus was an intimate friend of mine. He sent on a mission of personal vengeance. Well, I tried to explain that I was not... I'll get it, Vicky.
Hello, Bill. How are you this fine Founders' Day? And where is your lovely, your beautiful, your magnificent wife? I saw the sunrise this morning, and I want to tell her how unfavorably it compared with her.
Hello, Charles. I'm fine, in the living room.
You're fine in the living room. That's great. But how are you in the kitchen? Hello, Mrs. Hall.
Hello, Mr. Merriweather. How are you?
Never better. Although I'd like to know just why I'm whispering like this.
No. It was just in the hall. Mr. Livingston is still asleep in the guest room.
And we don't want to wake him up.
Well, bless his little old arteries. He gave me the excuse for coming over to see you so early in the day. Before Mr. Wellman took to his little trundle bed yesterday with what passes in him for a fever, and with him 106 is normal, our board chairman appointed me his deputy for the Founders' Day caper.
Why, that's splendid, Charles. And did Mr. Wellman impress upon you the necessity of dignity in honoring our venerable graduate of the class of 1880?
And did his voice thicken with emotion as he contemplated the years of Ivy history represented by Silas Livingston?
Yes, ma'am. With his head thick with emotion or something, he briefed me. Said he, trembling with hope and avarice, "Merriweather," he said, "you'll answer for it if that refugee from a mausoleum gives this college less than $25,000.
Mr. Wellman is going to leave no living stone unturned, is he?
Well, in that calculating machine which serves Clarence for a heart, we must recognize a certain amount of sentiment, ma'am. And with him, 100 sentiments equals $1. Now, what's first on the entertainment schedule for our rollicking relic, Bill?
The grand tour. A ride around the campus in the president's car. The state vehicle that doubles as a grocery wagon when Vicky goes shopping.
Yeah. Oh, Charlie, before we go, remind me to take the laundry out of the car and also replace the back seat.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Livingston wouldn't see much of the campus sprawled on the floor on the back of the car, would he?
Perhaps someday Ivy will have an official limousine for these occasions. Chauffeur-driven. With me sitting on a little platform with a megaphone, dispensing historical data and campus gossip. There'll be a small placard which says, "Please do not tip the guide," over which I will hang my overcoat.
Well, I'll have to go now, but I'll see you tonight. With Clarence being sick, I have to read his speech. And I hereby serve notice that I'm going to boff it up with a few yaks. At present, it sounds like a farewell address written by a manic depressive Aztec just before jumping into a flaming volcano.
Well, any humor you can inject into the proceedings will be welcome, Charles.
Yes, you go ahead and yock it up. I'll be in the audience leading the clap.
Thank you, ma'am. It's only my lumbago which keeps me from kissing the hem of your garment. Just remember to save a few dances for me at the student ball tonight.
Well, of course I will.
See you later.
Yes.
Goodbye, Charles. You know, I'm sure he came over here to let us know that he has no intention of playing panhandler for Clarence Wellman, who is convinced that in my usual inept way I will fail to extract some money from Mr. Livingston.
He doesn't seem to realize that with the mosquitoes out of season, one doesn't put the bite on a house guest.
Of course. We can't put a price tag on hospitality.
No.
Besides, it was not... Now, who can that be?
Well, I'll get it, Toddy. I just hope all this commotion doesn't disturb Mr. Livingston. Mr. Livingston!
Howdy, ma'am. I see you folks are up and about.
Well, Mr. Livingston, I don't recall having locked you out last night, so could it be that you...
It could be. I'm an old farmer, Dr. Hall. While there wasn't any rooster to wake me up this morning, there were some mighty pretty little hens walking around the campus. So I went out to check the chickens.
They tell me that every American boy at one time or another wears a little celluloid badge that says Chicken Inspector. You've just kept yours longer than most people.
It's an American tradition to keep an appreciative eye on our poultry, Mr. Livingston. After all, this country was founded on a Plymouth Rock.
Anyway, I tried to get out as quietly as I could. I didn't want to wake you. Young folks like you need your sleep.
But I was waiting to send up your breakfast.
Yeah, figure you were, girlie, figure you were. Soft eggs, soft cereal, soft words. Can't stand any of them. So I stopped at that stand down the road a piece and had a hamburger and onion as thick as a double eagle. And a cup of coffee strong as a good Jersey bull.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr.
I
Livingston...
saw a lot of improvements around here, including co-education. That little co helps in education, I think. Yes, sir. Co is an abbreviation for company, and everybody needs it. Oh, excuse me for interrupting you, Dr. Hall. Rude habit of mine. When you're 91, you haven't got time to listen to other people talking. You never know when you'll be interrupted for the last time, sir. Oh, say, Mrs. Hall. Well, you're a real cute girl. Last night you weren't standing in the light where I could see you.
Oh, Mr. Livingston, I'm beginning to think it's a good thing this college wasn't coeducational when you were here. It wasn't ready for you.
What's on the schedule today, Mr. President?
After a ride around the campus, which, as you've already noticed, has changed considerably since 1880, we shall visit the chapel, where the student body will assemble to meet you. Then we will proceed to... Excuse me, Mr. Livingston. Dr. Hall speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Wellman, how are you? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, you've heard about it. Yes, it's true, but I didn't let him out, Mr. Wellman. He went out by himself. Yes, and he had a hamburger for breakfast. But just a moment. With piccalilli?
With piccalilli. And mustard and onion and ketchup.
With everything. Oh, yes, he's here. Why, certainly. One moment. Mr. Wellman would like to talk to you, Mr. Livingston.
That is Silas Livingston. Who are you? Oh, chairman of the board, eh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Now, wait a minute, young fella. You talk too much and too fast. There you are, lying sick of bed, and you're trying to tell me how to take care of myself. Yeah, but... That's enough now. You've got to learn how to relax, or you'll burn yourself out before you're 80. But I say that's enough. Goodbye.
If this keeps up, I hope you live to be 150.
Well, I intend to, girlie. I intend to. He wants something from me, that young fella, and I'll bet it's money.
Well, how can you tell on such a short acquaintance?
Oh, Victoria, Mr. Livingston is a farmer. He's been around domesticated animals long enough to know when they are looking for a little sugar.
Yes, sir, they sort of sashay up to you real winsome, like you were the best friend. And if you haven't got an apple in your hand, they give you a soft, reproachful look and try to kick your head off.
Well, in all fairness to Mr. Wellman, I must say that he has never realized the truth of the old adage that just because you raise a little cane doesn't mean you end up with a lot of sugar.
Yeah, maybe so. But I sure would like to see that boy's face when he finds out that the only green stuff I've got grows on my farm.
Well, he'll have to find it out for himself. We aren't going to tell him.
And now, if it pleases you, Squire Livingston, the gas-powered surrey awaits without. My wife and I will be pleased to show you the garden in which we labor, for it can truly be said that a university must also be dedicated to growth and change, or it, too, can become a wasteland.
We admit to being a little sentimental about this college, Mr. Livingston. As the poet said, here the heart may give a useful lesson to the head, and learning wiser grow without his books.
What poet was that, Mrs. Hall?
William Cowper.
Cooper, darling. It is spelled Cowper, but pronounced Cooper.
Sorry, only just the other day. I heard you call him Cowper.
Oh, I know, my dear. I sometimes do. Confusion dating back to my student days in your lovely country. There was an old Scots professor, Angus MacLaren. When he was challenged with his pronunciation of Cowper, he would say, "My lads, I come fra Aberdeen. And until you learn to call a cow a coo in the Heelands, I prefer to call a coo a cow while I'm wasting my time south of the border with you young heathens."
This representation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
As we return to the Halls of Ivy, it's the evening of the same day. We find Dr. and Mrs. Hall and Mr. Merriweather on the sidelines of the Founders' Day Student Ball. They've just come from the alumni dinner, and as Mr. Merriweather observes,
well, that certainly was the shortest dinner on record.
And the shortest faculty reception, and the shortest student chapel.
Now, don't tell me that Gaffer Livingston broke them up, too.
Oh, he most certainly did. He has a dislike for pompous occasions, which amounts to a phobia. The psychologists, I suppose, would call him a ceremony phobiac. Yeah, as the psychologists, as opposed to those lovers of ritual who might be called fanfarophiles. I myself am an in-betweener. I am a sort of take-it-or-leave-itologist.
Yeah, well, put me up for membership in that. I've been an MC on several occasions, but I found that the best way to master a ceremony is to stay away from it. What did our guest do at the chapel?
Well, he acknowledged William's introduction with great charm, and then said, if my memory serves me right, and it serves me good and right, you would all rather be outside than in here, so consider yourselves dismissed.
but they reconvened outside the door, where he stayed for 2 hours and captured their hearts completely.
Yeah, well, where's the little leprechaun now? You know, he moves faster at 91 than I did at 20. And I was known as Where'd-He-Go Merriweather.
Well, when I last saw him, he was engaged in light banter with a junior Phi Beta Kappa and the Ivy homecoming queen. And he had both of them in a delighted trance.
If I were only his age. It's terrible to be as young as I am. A callow 60.
Well, age is a matter of outlook, not years, Mr. Merriweather. And as long as you can still get out and look, you're young. Uh-oh, here comes the oldest living alumnus.
Hey, what are you folks standing around here for? Like last summer's constable. Why don't you dance with the president's wife, son?
And Mr. Livingston, for somebody to call me son is so refreshing I'd burst into a Charleston if the floor wasn't so crowded. Praise be.
Well, just because you're on the board of governors, boy, don't mean you can't relax. I got a theory that sitting around a boardroom table does something to the character.
Well, I've heard it said that the difference between a chairman and the rest of the board is that the motion goes through the membership and the chairman just goes through the motions.
Anyway, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Merriweather did ask me to dance, and I told him I was saving this one for you.
Oh, no. Thanks anyway, girlie. Can't dance this kind of dancing. It just isn't sociable. Well, dancing isn't dancing unless everybody joins in. These kids don't know what real fun square dancing is.
Oh, but they do, Mr. Livingston. We have weekly square dancing sessions at the social hall. Every student has blue jeans or a calico dress and can do-si-do with the best of them.
Is that right?
Oh, yes.
Well, sir, you're looking right at the finest fiddler this side of the Ozarks. Known at home as the Heifetz of the Hayloft.
How wonderful. Oh, dear, what shall we do for a caller? Mr. Merriweather, do you think you...
Oh, no, not me, ma'am, no. Maybe one of the students. Wait a minute. I know the best caller east of the Great Divide, if I may use the term so soon after March 15th.
Now, what's he up to now?
Oh, something outrageous, I'm sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, scholars, members of the Student Council, and gate crashers. Our distinguished guest, Mr. Silas Livingston, is, by his own admission, a gifted square dance fiddler who has put more turkeys in the straw than Cain's warehouse, which is a theatrical joke for Mrs. Hall and myself only. So line up your sets and bow to your lady. We're going to square dance. And for a caller, friends, as the cream rises to the top, we skim this one right off the lip of the separator. For our caller, I call upon Dr. William Todhunter, Tex Hall.
No, really, I couldn't. Good heavens, I don't.
Come on, Charlie, come on, it's a splendid idea.
Not me, please.
Yes.
Vicky has finished.
Come on, Bill, come on. You've been elected unanimously.
I'm sorry, Charles. It's a little out of my... Oh, no. After all,
Bashful, are you, son?
No, it isn't that. It's just that I don't... for small faculty parties, perhaps, but...
All right, Bill. I'll see who else I can find.
Oh, well, Charles, if you insist, of course. String your fiddle, Mr. Livingstone.
Yippee!
Ready, Mr. Fiddler?
Yeah, ready as I'll ever be. Let her rip.
Now, honor your partner, lady on your left. Hold your hands and circle left. Go round back about a mile, lady in the gentleman wire. First couple of waves to the right, forehand round with all your might. Circle 4 around the town, 30 in the gate, 3 hands round. Now the birdie flies out and the crow hops in. 3 hands up and you're gone again. Crow hops out with the right hand cross, back to the left and don't get lost. Break to your corner, how are you? Caught in the left and a howdy do. Chicken in the bread pan, picking up gravel. One more change and on you travel. to the next in Circle 4. Ah, that was good, Vicky, my darling. I can understand now the full meaning of giving a condemned man a hearty breakfast. It prepares one for any eventuality.
Who's condemning you and for what?
Well, I'm afraid, my dear, that some of our more straight-laced board members might take exception to my public exhibition last night. I wonder if I did the right thing.
Well, of course you did. You were perfectly splendid.
Oh, I don't think after all, I had never... Was I really?
Well, you most certainly were. Everybody thought you were the greatest thing since Paul Bunyan. And if Bunyan isn't the patron saint of the square dance, he should be.
Well, square dancing is a social release. It gives otherwise shy and retiring people an opportunity to kick up their heels, bow from the waist, curtsy and sashay. In mock seriousness, they are acting as pioneers. And at last, for a brief time, they regained the mutual shoulder-to-shoulder, hand-in-hand group spirit of their frontier forebears. It is this group spirit which... Do you think if I write this out in pamphlet form that Arthur Murray would buy it?
Let's tell it to the Board of Governors first, shall we?
Good point, yes. But as an American institution, I don't see how Ivy's governors could frown upon a square dance on Founders Day.
Oh, what a frown. Just a couple of eyebrows getting together for a little gossip.
After all, our country was born to the ribald tune of Yankee Doodle. John Henry laid steel rails with a 30-pound hammer in his hand, singing She'll Be Coming Round the Mountain When She Comes.
Woo, woo.
Blow the man down, they shouted, going around the horn. And drill, ye tarriers, drill, as they cut through mountains. And when they spread out in the lonesome wilderness, they sang, Yippee-I-O-Ki-Yay. Well, can you tell me why our Yippee-I-O-Ki-Yay isn't just as pretty as your Hey Nonny Nonny?
I mean, offhand, I don't really know for the... Oh.
Yes? Oh, yes, Mr. Wellman, this is Dr. Hall, also known as Tex Hall. I most certainly did, and I do not consider it undignified. No, Mr. Wellman, I did not ask Mr. Livingston for any money. He has sufficiently enriched the college by his visit. He is leaving this morning with the official thanks of Ivy College. I'm sure that you will wish to join in such an expression to our oldest alumnus. Yes, Mr. Wellman. Goodbye.
Good for you. I was standing up for your grand right and left.
I hope I didn't stand up for them so loudly as to waken Mr. Livingston.
Oh, it'd take more than a phone call for that, I'm afraid. He was so tired last night he couldn't lift his chin off his fiddle. Wasn't he wonderful, though, Tom?
Yes, in many ways he was a tonic for all of us.
That's a nice thing to hear so bright and early in the morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope we didn't wake you up, Mr. Livingston.
Oh, I've been awake and about for some time. Had to get my packing done.
Some coffee?
Thank you, Miss Hall. Thank you. Yes, sir, I've been up there listening to everything you said. It's the privilege of an old man to snoop now and then. Sometimes the only way to hear good things. This has been the nicest 2 days of my life, Dr. Hall. And I'm grateful to Ivy. I want to do something in return.
Oh, Mr. Livingston...
No, just a minute. The one thing I missed at Ivy when I was here was a proper agricultural course. Now, Ivy's got one. But it's not complete. Dr. Hall, here's the deed to my modern, completely equipped 500-acre farm with all its pedigreed livestock to be used as an experimental farm for the ag school.
How absolutely wonderful.
Livingston.
I made it out to Ivy before I came here, just in case. But after last night, and after your little speech this morning, I'm sure it's just what I want to do.
The Livingston Experimental Farm. On behalf of the students of Ivy who will benefit, our most heartfelt thanks, Mr. Livingston.
Well, now I better be getting home. I'm going to stay with my son, a young whippersnapper of 70 who's badly in need of a guiding hand. There's the Twigger's bench, you know. Well, excuse me. I'll go get my valise.
Well, there goes a good kid.
Yes, a grand old young man. As Cicero said, For as I like a young man in whom there is something of the old, so I like an old man in whom there is something of the young. And he who follows this maxim in body will possibly be an old man, but he will never be an old man in mind.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Indian summer night in Mel Blanc's little town. The spirit of romance is in the air, and the courting Casanovas are buying favors with which to greet their girlfriends. In the florist shop, Sam Brown is saying,
"Here's $5. Give me the best orchid in the place."
And in the sweet shop, Henry Jones is saying,
"Here's $10. Give me the biggest box of candy you got."
And in another shop, Mel Blanc is saying,
"I want some flowers and candy for my girl Betty. Here's my money."
Okay. Hey, Joe, give this guy 2 daisies and a jelly bean.
So Mel handed wrapped as a gift and presented it to Betty. Right now we find Mel sitting with Betty in her front parlor, enjoying their favorite pastime, looking at the family album.
Oh, look, Mel, here's a picture of my cousin Dottie when she was 2 years old.
Oh, what a cute little bathing suit.
Yeah. And here's a picture of her taken 17 years later.
Still wearing the same bathing suit.
Isn't it awful how little girls wear these days?
Yeah. Terrible. Dottie sure is...
Mel, turn the page.
Okay.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, Betty, who's that stupid, anemic-looking character you're standing next to?
Darling, that's you.
What a handsome devil.
Oh, here's a picture of my great-grandmother in uniform. You know, she served in the Civil War on the southern side.
What do you know, a Confederate whack? Gosh, look at Dottie. I can't get over
Now,
her.
stop going back to that page. Oh, here's a picture of Uncle George Colby and his wife waving goodbye from the ship before they left for France.
Well, who's that big woman waving back?
That is the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
Well.
Mel, stop looking at Dottie's picture.
What's the matter, Betty? You're a little cross today.
Well, I don't know how to break this to you, Mel, but Father is moving the family away from here.
Oh, but Betty, what about your father's supermarket?
He's found a buyer from out of town.
But where will you live?
Well, if the deal goes through, Daddy and he will exchange houses.
Oh, Betty, we've got to get married right away.
Mel, you've been saying that for 5 years.
Well, I'll buy the supermarket myself.
But you have no money.
I'll go to the bank and get a loan.
But, Mel, you have no credit.
Then I'll get a GI loan.
Mel Blanc, I refuse to wait another 5 years.
But, Betty, I may never see you again. I won't let your father do it. I'll burn the supermarket.
Oh, look. There's some man coming up the steps. I've never seen him before.
Say, do you suppose it could be the man who's going to buy the supermarket?
Well, Dad and I have never seen him, but he's supposed to be here tomorrow. That's why Father went out for the evening.
Betty, I've got it. If it is the buyer, I'll pretend I'm your father and kill the deal.
Oh, but Mel...
Betty, I've heard your father yell so often, it's a cinch for me to do it. Besides, I'm a natural-born actor. See if I don't sound like your father.
Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone in your body.
But, Father,
Mel. Come in.
How do you do? My name is Billings, Percy W. Billings. I'm here on a matter of business. Is Mr. Colby in?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Billings. I'm Colby, and this is my daughter, Betty.
Your daughter? You look rather young to be the father of this girl.
Why, she's only 12 years old.
12? She's a rather mature girl for 12.
Oh, you think so? You should see her cousin Dottie.
Father, get away from that photograph album.
I know that I was due in tomorrow, Mr. Colby, but my astrologer told me the stars were more advantageous for our meeting tonight. Aquarius was crossing Pisces, and the best sign for supermarkets is Aquarius and Pisces.
Yes, I've seen the sign, A and P.
Oh, a fellow astrologer.
No, I'm much more concerned with the bumps on the head.
Do you use phrenology?
No, Band-Aids. Well, let's get down to business. Daughter, do you mind leaving the room? Mr. Billings and I have a deal to make.
All right, Father, but be careful.
Oh, daughter, you can leave the album here.
By the way, I hope I didn't inconvenience you by arriving tonight instead of waiting until tomorrow. The stars, you know.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Billings. Too bad you didn't get here a little earlier.
Why?
Oh, you missed a beautiful fire at the supermarket.
Supermarket?
Yes, everybody in town was there, except Joe Moore, Phil Carr, and Mac Brown.
Was it necessary for them to be there?
Yeah. They're the firemen. Oh, but it didn't matter. The fire went on without them.
That must have caused a great deal of damage at the market.
What market?
Oh, this is dreadful. I came here for nothing. Something must have gone wrong with my horoscope. I knew I should have had another meeting with my astrologer before I left.
Oh, hello, everybody. I'm home. Oh, it's you, Mel. Haven't you left yet?
You got home early, didn't you?
Who is this man?
Oh, that's my son.
You've got the oldest children I've ever seen.
Children? Pardon me, sir. Who are you?
My name is Billings, Percy W. Billings.
Oh, I've been waiting for you. My name is Colby.
But this man's name is Colby. In fact, he just told me the supermarket burned down.
Well, so long, everybody.
Where are you going?
To put out the fire.
Mel Blanc? Wait a minute, Mr. Billings. I'm Colby. This man is Mel Blanc. The market didn't burn. In fact, I'm selling because I don't want my daughter Betty to see this nincompoop again.
Well, I'm confused. There's only one thing for me to do.
What's that?
I must send for my astrologer and consult with him. Where is the telephone?
Oh, right there.
Thank you.
Oh, and Mel, as long as this is your last visit to my house, allow me to show you out personally.
Oh, you don't have to, Mr. Colby.
Oh, yes, I do.
He's so polite. Oh, what a mess. If Mr. Billings consults that astrologer and buys a supermarket, Mr. Colby will move out of town and I'll never see Betty again. Gosh, what'll I do? I wonder if her cousin Dottie has a phone.
with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
You meet a girl and say, let's dance, but that breath of trouble says no romance. Do you think you could be guilty of this breath of trouble? I mean, unpleasing breath? It happens to thousands without their knowing. So just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Blue Sky.
Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies. Do I see? No, nothing but blue skies with bluebirds singing a song. Nothing but bluebirds all day long.
Never saw the sun shining so bright.
Never saw things that were going so right.
Noticing the days they're hurrying by.
When you're in love, my, they fly high. Blue days, troubles, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Blue skies smile at me. Bluebirds rip a song. Well, I never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things that were going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by when you're really in love. My, they fly high. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies. Blue skies from now on.
Well, it looks like Mr. Colby is going to sell his supermarket and move out of town with Mel's girl, Betty. However, before completing the deal, Mr. Billings has sent for his favorite astrologer and has asked him to hold a meeting at the Colby house. Mel is desperately trying to figure out something to do to stop him. Right now, we find Mel in his fix-it shop talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
Gosh, Tommy, everything happens to me. Do I have to lose my girl? Do I have to do everything wrong? Do I have to be a failure?
You don't have to, Mel. You're just doing what comes naturally.
Gee, Tommy, I wonder why your father hates me so much.
Maybe it's because he tries so hard.
Oh, I just can't understand it. Is it because I have no money? Is it because I'm unsuccessful? Is it because I'm unreliable? Tommy, say something. Don't just stand there nodding.
Look, Mel, it looks like my papa's going to sell the supermarket to Mr. Billings. Now, I like this town and I don't want to leave, so I got an idea. I'm supposed to go down on the train and bring the crystal ball gazer to my house. Now,
wait a second, Tommy. Here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Oh, pardon my saying so, Mr. Cushing, but you're not looking very well.
Yeah, I know.
Something you ate?
No, someone I married. What an argument we had last night, Mel.
You had an argument with a little woman?
Mel, she may be little, but she's all mouth.
Yada-da-yada-da-yada. All day long she follows me around yapping at me.
You know, Mel, it's almost impossible to concentrate on my housework.
You do the housework? Why don't you put your foot down?
Mel, the only time I put my foot down is to start the vacuum cleaner.
Gosh, your wife sure is tough.
Tough? She's the toughest woman in the world. Mel, when we have an argument, my wife doesn't go home to her mother. She sends me. I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money. And I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know who to talk to.
Well, if you think you have troubles, Mr. Cushing, listen to this. Mr. Colby's selling the supermarket, and my girlfriend Betty's moving out of town.
Well, is there no way to stop them?
Well, it all depends on a certain astrologer who's arriving tonight to hold a meeting with a buyer.
Well, Mel, suppose someone sidetracks the astrologer. You take over as the astrologer's assistant, and as such, you advise this buyer not to buy.
Gee, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever think of it so fast?
My boy, after living with my wife for 25 years, I've developed a criminal mind. I gotta go now.
Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, I've got two alternatives. They're showing a Boris Karloff picture at the Bijou, or I can go home and look at my wife. So long, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo,
Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo. Ugga. Oh, Tommy.
Yes, Mel.
Hey, do you want to stay in town?
Oh, yeah.
Well, here's how you can do it. Get a hold of my assistant, Zuki, and tell him to meet the astrologer at the train.
Oh, I get him, Mel. But who's going to look into the crystal ball in my house?
Who do you think?
What a disgrace. Whitmore the Mystic 2 hours late. Zuki, can't you get this car started?
Well, don't worry. I'll fix it. Now, you see, you take this wrench here and you tighten the carburetor. You tighten the carburetor. You tighten the carburetor. Come on, Yogi, let's push.
Zuki. Oh, Whitmore the Mystic is with you? Well, where's Mel? He'll be here any minute. As the Maharaja. Okay, good. So long. Oh, Father, the Maharaja should be here any minute.
Oh, good, good. Although, Mr. Billings, now that the deal is all set, I can't understand why you want to depend on some fake Maharaja to tell you what to do.
Mr. Colby, my man is no fake. He is a Harvard graduate. His name is Whitmore, and his approach is purely scientific.
Oh, well, that's the way you want it.
Oh, that must be him now. Come in. Hello.
Oh, Yanko, Maharaja, he said, what's up, Doc?
Who are you? I didn't think anyone like you would come.
You were expecting maybe Maharaja Nusbaum.
There is Whitmore the Mystic.
Oh, Mystic couldn't come. He called Crystal Ball Union. They send me.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Oh, good for you. You properly suspicious. Maharaja just make jokes. Actually, Maharaja assistant to Whitmore the Mystic.
Well, that's different. Maharaja, this is Mr. Colby.
Greetings. Maharaja can tell Mr. Colby is a seventh son of a seventh son of a seventh son.
Why, nothing of the kind. I'm the fifth son of a second son of an only son.
Well, anyway, you're a son of a son. Now, gentlemen, please darken room. Be seated. I look in crystal ball.
Maharaja, I've called you here to determine whether or not I should buy the Colby supermarket.
Oh, supermarket, tough question to answer. You asked me about bowling parlor. That more up my alley.
Maharaja.
Oh, spirit of other world. Maharaja calls upon you. I see Uncle George Colby and wife. I see grandmother who served in Civil War. And I see,
Who do you see?
Cousin Dottie.
Look here, this is preposterous. My family dates back hundreds of years. What about the Colby who served with George Washington?
Me try. Colby, spirit of revolution, come to me. I hear him. Listen, Granny Struga Streptolite Muska.
What's that?
Oh, sorry, wrong revolution. I see him now. He is crossing the Delaware with George Washington. Washington is standing in the boat and Colby is saying something.
Yes, what's he saying?
Down in front!
Just a second, Maharaja. You've done nothing but insult my family. Why, Joshua Colby was in the Fife and Drum Corps in 1776.
Quiet. The spirits are coming closer. Closer, I can hear it now.
You can hear it?
Yes, the spirit of 76. Listen.
Mr. Billings! Mr. Billings, is this supposed to be a scientific exhibition of crystal gazing?
Mr. Colby, this is preposterous. This assistant has wasted our time completely. The deal for the supermarket will have to wait for a more favorable time. Goodbye.
Oh!
Don't worry, Mr. Colby. Spirit really say don't sell supermarket. Spirit say young man coming into your daughter's life make fortune.
Huh?
His name is Mel Blanc. Oh, very good looking.
What? That ugly nincompoop?
Careful who you're calling out.
Careful, I mean Maharaja.
It's you! Boy, I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Oh, but Mr. Colby,
Mel, darling, how do you feel?
Oh, fine. I stopped you from moving away and I established a new record.
A new record?
Yeah, that's twice I've been thrown out of your house in one day.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Could it be that a breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has spiked your romance? It's happened to thousands without their knowing. Be on your guard. Night and morning and before every date, brush your teeth with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening, good night, and
that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the future of you and yours for a moment. Do you want to save for a college education for your children, a home of your own business, a nest egg for your old age? Thousands of wage earners are protecting their futures by buying United Savings Bonds through the Payroll Savings Plan. Remember, your United Savings bonds are the safest investment in the world. The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned to the Fred Allen Show. If within the next 30 minutes you, any listener in the continental United States, answer a telephone call from any giveaway radio program, and because you are listening to this show, you miss an opportunity to win any gift then being offered, Fred Allen guarantees to make good by furnishing an equivalent gift or its value up to $5,000.
National Surety Corporation guarantees that Fred Allen will perform his agreement up to a total of $50,000. Notice of any claim under these guarantees must be mailed to Mr. Fred Allen by registered mail, care of the National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York, and postmarked not later than midnight, November 8th, 1948.
Relax. Enjoy the Fred Allen Show. The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest, Arthur Treacher, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Pete O'Donnell, Parker Finley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your Ford dealer. Well, they've counted the votes from every last precinct, and I can now announce the winner. It's the same the whole land over. In the new car field, Mr. and Mrs. Public overwhelmingly prefer the new Ford. And why not? With its new low look and marvelous midget ride, hydrocoil and Paraflex springs, and magic action brakes, the 49 Ford is unquestionably, indubitably, the car of the year. Your Ford dealer invites you to meet the winner tomorrow. Well, it's Sunday night again, and as is his weekly custom, Fred Allen has a date at the corner of Main Street. Tonight, as Fred steps out of his new Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Hey, Portland, gee whiz. Say, I'm a little late, Portland. Have you been waiting long?
Oh, no. I was in that French cafe across the street.
French cafe?
Les Naseaux d'Anguille.
Les Naseaux d'Anguille? What is that in English?
The nostril of the eel.
The nostril. You know, all those French cafes have crazy names like that. There's one down in Greenwich Village called Coup d'eau Couchon.
What is that?
The swine sinus. It's a French cafe. The fellow who runs it doesn't know what it means. He bought it from a fellow without an interpreter, and he stuck it. But French cafes are always so dark, Portland.
That's right. French chefs use so much garlic.
In the dark?
You can locate the food.
Oh, I often wondered why that was. The place you just ate in over there looks awfully small.
It is. The tops on the lamb chops are knickers.
Oh, they are really? They split the peas 60-20, do they? Say, I know a French restaurant. The ceiling is so low they serve the frog's legs squatting. Say, what's that crowd over there across the street?
Well, that new picture just opened, Snake Pit.
Well, how do you know it's Snake Pit?
The line outside is coiling around the theater.
Say, Portland, I just remembered. You know what? I forgot to get the paper tonight.
Let's take a walk down Main Street.
Well, let's get going.
What does the paper say?
Say, here's an item. Medical Economics, National Physicians Business Magazine, says that there is only one doctor for each 1,082 persons in the United States.
I wonder if people are worried.
Well, let's ask some people now as we walk along Main Street. Hey, this man coming with the Leghorn briefcase. Pardon me, sir.
Claghorn, see? Claghorn's the name, son. Tell him the Claghorn, that is.
Well, Senator.
Well, here I go again. I've been laughing since last Tuesday.
Laughing at what, Senator?
The election.
Yeah,
son, that's the biggest upset this country has seen since the Normandy tipped over. Maine is seceding from the Union. The Republicans are giving their bandwagon back to Fitch. This is one thing the elephant will never forget.
Tell me, what about Dr. Gallup and Mr. Roper with their polls?
Well, this is the first time in the history of statistics that the polls have gone to the dogs.
Senator, do you think that, our confidence is off the record, do you think the president had a hunch he would be reelected?
Oh, Harry wasn't worried, son. He knew he'd be living in Washington 4 more years.
How do you know?
2 days before the election, I seen a piano tuner going into the White House.
Well, tell me, Senator, how do you account for the president's reelection?
Moving pictures done it, son.
Moving pictures?
People are so crazy about double features.
You mean the president's first term?
People want to see everything twice.
I hate to change the subject, Senator, but a physician's magazine says that in this country today, there's only one doctor for each 1,082 persons.
Well, the country don't have to worry about doctors for the next 4 years, son.
No?
The Democrats are the best doctors.
Doctors?
Them Democrats made the Republicans take their medicine. So long, son. So long.
It sure is a swell night to walk down Main Street, Portland.
Look at this picture in the barber shop.
2 men wearing toupees.
It says, which twin has the phony?
Hey, look who just turned the corner.
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bub.
You're out, aren't you out late, Mr. Moody?
Yes, I am. I had to go to a Alf Landon testimonial dinner.
A big do, was it?
Oh, they had some fella speaking. He was a Republican.
A Republican, eh?
He was appearing incognito. His talk was, America, is it utopia?
Well, do you think America is utopia?
Not while I'm paying $3 for overalls, I don't.
Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, what about this shortage of doctors?
Why, I don't know about human doctors, but vets is going crazy.
You mean veterinarians?
Cow doctors.
Cow doctors.
I had a cow that had ulcer.
And you called a vet to operate on the cow's ulcer, did you?
He drove up with his trailer clinic.
The vet was busy, I imagine.
On the floor, he had a horse laying down, waiting to get his tonsils out. 2 goats was leaning in the corner under ether.
Yes.
And swinging in a hammock, he had a pig in traction.
Pig in traction, eh? That vet must have been confused.
He didn't know what he was doing.
Did he operate?
He took the whole insides out of my cow.
Yeah?
And he put in the insides of a hen.
The vet put the insides of a hen in your cow? What happened?
Why, today, before the cow will give a drop of milk, she has to set on her nest. So long,
That Titus Moody is a character, Portland.
This little woman coming looks familiar.
Well, I should say so, Mrs. Nussbaum.
So who is paging me? Oh, it's you.
Yes, out walking your dog, eh?
Yes, it is a Seltzer Spaniel.
You mean a water spaniel, don't you?
I'm buying it in the Bronx.
Oh, a Seltzer. Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, about this shortage of doctors.
Who needs doctors?
But,
I'm taking out group hospitalizing.
Oh, group hospitalization?
Before they can take me to the hospital, a group is having to get sick.
Oh, I often wonder. Hey, it is good to be healthy, huh?
Good. It's also making trouble.
Trouble? How do you mean?
Well, my friend, Mrs. Bambi Rappaport, is crazy for health.
Uh-huh.
For getting iron, she's eating spinach.
Uh-huh.
Bambi is getting so much iron, her arm is looking like a niblick. And to making calcium, she's drinking milk.
Uh-huh.
Well, she's drinking so much milk, In the mouth, she is now having 3 sets of teeth.
3 sets of teeth.
Then, to improving the eyesight, Bambi is eating carrots.
Is she eating too many carrots, too?
Like a cat, she can now seeing only at night.
Well, look, eating all of these health foods, Bambi must be enjoying life.
Enjoying. Her husband is getting a divorce.
Why?
Bambi is too healthy.
Too healthy?
When her husband is telling Bambi to drop dead, she couldn't do it. Thank you.
Well, you sure meet some confused people on Main Street, Portland.
You haven't found out much about the shortage of doctors, have you?
No, I haven't. Say, let's try this man coming along playing with the barbed wire yo-yo. Pardon me, sir.
Rejoice, brother. My name is Humphrey Titter.
Humphrey Titter?
I'm the Joy Boy. Stand back, brother. I'm letting go a bluebird. I just left the Republican headquarters. I yelled, rejoice, brothers.
What happened?
They threw me out.
See, I remember you, Titter. You write unusual greeting cards and jingles.
Yes, everybody waits for a special day to send out cards.
And you?
I send out greeting cards any day.
Any day?
Greetings, pal, and wishes good. I send you on this one day. I don't know when your birthday is, so I wish you a rousing Monday.
Very good, very good.
Rejoice, brother. Don't be like the man whose cat was run over by the steamroller, standing there with a long puss.
Look, Mr. Titter, what is the country going to do about the shortage of doctors?
I shall write a jingle. Take this down.
What's the title?
Your Doctor.
I have it. Your Doctor.
Your doctor is your best friend. His skillful diagnosis informs you promptly when you're sick, if it's virus or thrombosis. Your doctor quickly feels your pulse, arrives at his decision, and with his shiny scalpel, he soon makes a long incision. If you don't survive his surgery, your doctor never quakes. For his friend, the undertaker, always covers his mistakes.
So long, Mr.
Rejoice, brother.
Come on, Portland, let's go.
Wait till I look in the music store.
Yeah, what is that bust? That fellow, the bust of that fellow in the window there.
It's Jack Eigen.
Oh, God.
And he picks the song of the week.
What is Jack's selection this week?
Al Goodman and his orchestra playing, and the 5 DeMarco sisters singing the Money Song.
Yeah, I wonder how that sounds, the Money Song.
If you got it, you don't need it. If you need it, you don't got it. You don't get it, shame on you. Funny, funny, funny what money can do. Them that have it, get more of it. Less they need it, more they love it. And it sticks to them like glue. Funny, funny, funny what money can do. And the rich man, he'll confess, money can't buy happiness. As the poor man, he don't doubt, but rather be miserable with them without. If you spend it, please be wiser. If you save it, you're a miser. You don't want it, you are cuckoo. Funny, funny, funny what money can do. It's a bad thing, oh yes, very full of germs, unsanitary. Will I have some cheese? Thanks. Funny, 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 funny. Funny, funny, funny. Funny, funny, funny. Funny, funny, funny. Funny what money, money, money can do.
Wait a minute, Portland, will you? Here's the Ford dealer's showroom. I think I'll stop in here for just a minute.
Hi there, Fred. Can you give me a hand with this job?
Say, what's going on, Mr. Dealer? That stepladder, that hammer, those nails?
My wife just finished embroidering a motto, and I want to hang it.
Let me see. Oh, it's that old motto, there's no place like home.
Yes,
huh?
Fred, my wife modernized it. This motto says, there's no place like home for Ford service.
What beautiful sentiment. Now, if you could only get another motto, you know, like, a man's best friend is his home. Let's Let's drop in here at this bookshop, the Chaucer Head. Let's drop in and browse around.
Well, I have to meet Mama to help her pick out a new fur coat.
Oh, what kind of a fur coat is your mother getting?
Some man with a pushcart tried to sell her a Hudson seal, but Mama was too smart.
How do you mean, too smart?
Mama knows there aren't any seals in the Hudson.
Your mother really? Portland, don't let your mother get a squirrel coat. The squirrel coat will take your mother out in the park and bury her with the rest of the nuts there. Well, I'll see you later, Portland, if you got to go. Good night.
Good night.
Say, this window is full of new books. Yeah, I'll go in and look around. I think I'll stop here at this mystery counter. I guess this gentleman is ahead of me.
I say, miss, do you have that new mystery, The Man with the Neon Nose?
Arthur Treacher. Arthur, what are you doing here at the mystery counter?
I'm buying mystery stories to take back to England. I'm going to do a crime program on television in London.
You're going to be on television in England?
Yes, it is quite possible that at this very moment you're gazing at the British Howdy Doody.
Have you found any... Have you found any good mystery stories here?
Oh, there's some fascinating crimes in this anthology.
Oh, in the anthology, really?
No, anthology.
Anthology, is
Here's
it?
one.
I thought you dropped your H's over there. Anthology.
Here's one, Murder in the Aquarium.
What is that?
Well, a woman's body is found floating in a tank at the aquarium. There are no clues whatsoever.
No clues, eh?
An inkfish in the next tank writes out one word in the water.
And the word is?
Bundle.
Bundle, hey?
The police noticed a small hole in a bundle the woman was carrying.
Yes?
The police find that the woman's husband took a swordfish out of one of the tanks and stabbed his wife.
The husband stabbed his wife with a swordfish?
Right through the bundle.
Hey, this sounds pretty involved. How did the police solve the crime?
Luckily, the murderer confessed.
Oh, well, that saves the whole thing. That is... that is some mystery.
This next one is fantastic. It's called The Fatal Hamburger.
The Fatal Hamburger? Arthur, mysteries like these will start television doing giveaway programs. Now, if you really want a ripping mystery, I happen to have a thriller.
Well, it's got to be good, Fred. I start next week.
Oh, in London?
Yes. My television program is called The Pips Piccadilly Mystery Playhouse.
The Pips Piccadilly Mystery Playhouse?
Yes. Pips Piccadilly is my sponsor.
Oh.
The program opens with 20 Piccadilly pickers peeking out of a brine barrel singing a rousing commercial.
Well, how does it go?
Piccadilly, Piccadilly, made by Pips. Smack your lips. Pips Piccadilly, Pips Piccadilly. Try some Pips on your fish and chips.
Arthur, my mystery will be great for the Pips Piccadilly Playhouse.
Well, what's your mystery like, Fred?
Well, the program opens with a lumbering fanfare.
The Pips Piccadilly Mystery Playhouse presents another exciting adventure in the life of Sam Shovel, Private Eye.
I am Sam Shovel, Private Eye. I've cracked a lot of tough cases, but the toughest case I ever cracked was the case of Sir Hubert Bottomley. One day I'm sitting in my office, dropping some murine in me private eye. I'm just squeezing out the dropper. Hearing a knock, I deduce that somebody's at the door. Well, I say, come in.
Do.
Yeah, lady?
I'm looking for Sam Shovel, private optic.
I'm Sam Shovel.
I'm Lady Bottomley. My brother, Sir Hubert Bottomley, is missing.
Missing what?
He's missing himself.
Oh. Has he looked around in his coat?
I don't know. Sir Hubert's been here in America.
Yes?
Every month I've been sending him his allowance, £20.
20 pounds of what, lady?
Money.
Oh, money.
For 15 years, I haven't heard from Sir Hubert, so I decided to come to America.
Yeah?
Mr. Shovel, you must find my brother.
Lady Bottomley, I'll find Sir Hubert Bottomley, or my name ain't Sam Shovel, Private Eye. Lady Bottomley told me her brother was a big game hunter. The last address she had of Sir Hubert turned out to be an old brownstone back of a Natick stand just off Madison Avenue. Lady Bottomley was trembling as I pulled the old-fashioned bell.
Yes?
Are you Sir Hubert Bottomley?
I'm Bellwether, Sir Hubert's butler. Whom have I the melancholy honor of addressing?
I'm Sam Shovel, Private Eye. Stand back, Bellwether. Me and Lady Bottomley's coming in.
Get your hands off my lapel. You're rumpling my dicky.
I say, Bellwether, will you announce to Sir Hubert that his sister, Lady Bottomley, is here?
I didn't like the looks of Bellwether. From the way he was talking, I couldn't tell if he was English or if he just had bad bridge work. I was just putting the magnifying glass on Bellwether when he said...
If you two damp intruders will excuse me, I shall slip along to the trophy room. I have to shampoo a moose head.
Not so fast, Bellwether. What's this trophy room?
Oh, my brother, Sir Hubert, is a big game hunter.
Oh, rather. On his last trip, the master bagged an enormous giraffe.
Oh, yeah? Where is the giraffe?
Well, the body is in the basement.
Yeah.
The neck goes through the second, third, and fourth floors. And the head is looking out of the penthouse window.
Sounds like a tall story, Bellwether.
Bellwether and gentlemen, if you don't mind, would you announce me to my brother, Sir Hubert?
Yeah, Lady Bottomley here thinks Sir Hubert's met with foul play.
Oh, preposterous. Obviously, eating meat has unhinged Lady Bottomley's reason. At this precise moment, Sir Hubert is in the game room playing chess with Lord Beaverball.
Bellwether, you hoid Lady Bottomley. She wants to be announced.
As soon as Sir Hubert finishes his chess game, I shall announce Lady Bottomley. And now I must be off and shampoo that moose head, or Duz will have done it before I get there.
I say, Mr. Shovel, I'm terribly sorry to have troubled you. My brother seems to be quite all right.
I don't like it, Lady Bottomley.
Do you think there's something wrong?
I don't trust that Bellwether.
Oh, I say, what was that?
It wasn't me snapping me bubble gum.
That was a shot. Those were 5 shots, I know it.
And they were, you're very quick on the trigger counting them shots, Lady Bottomley. And they was coming through that keyhole.
And they were coming directly at us.
There's something suspicious going on here, Lady Bottomley, or my name ain't Sam Shovel, Private Eye. They was shots, all right. Me derby had a crease in it. Me badge had a dent in it. And me coat had 7 new buttonholes. There was only one way to find out who was shooting at us through that keyhole. I opened the game room door.
Sam Shovel.
Bellwether. What's the big idea, firing that shotgun through the keyhole?
Oh, I thought you'd get a bang out of it.
While Bellwether was amusing himself, I took a quick gander around the game room. Sitting at a table motionless, there was 2 men playing chess. I was just ready to pounce when I heard Lady Bottomley say...
Mr. Shovel.
Yeah?
One of those men playing chess is my brother, Sir Hubert Bottomley.
I'll soon check on that, Lady B. Hey, you with the half a pair of glasses.
I say, what's all the hugger-mugger? Can't you see we're playing chess? Bellwether.
I'm sorry, Lord Beaverball. I told these 2 fruity intruders that I would announce them when you were finished.
Sir Hubert! Oh, Sir Hubert, you recall your sister, Lady Esther? Sir Hubert!
Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong, Lady Bottom?
Sir Hubert, he's dead!
Dead?
By Jove, that explains it.
Explains what?
Well, our chess game, Sir Hubert hasn't made a move in ages. He's just been sitting there holding his bishop.
Heart failure, you think?
Possibly was bored to death. I'm dull company, you know.
No, you says both wrong.
What?
Sir Hubert's got a hole in his head. Look, this dimple has no bottom to it.
You're right. It's a bullet hole.
This is moiter.
Moiter?
Moiter. Nobody's leaving this room. Come clean now, somebody. Who shot Sir Hubert?
Well, none of us could have done it, old boy. We were all here in the room together.
Hey, that's right.
Shovel, there must be somebody else in the house.
I can take a hint, Lady Bottomley. Come on, Bellwether. I'm finding that somebody else, so my name ain't Sam Shovel, Private Eye. Bellwether and me started searching the room. There was 2 closets. I says to Bellwether, Bellwether, open the first door.
Very well, sir.
Gad! An elephant in the closet.
Sir Hubert bagged it in India. Chopped the blighter right out from under Cebu.
Say, there's mohair sticking out of the elephant's trunk. And what's this label on the trunk? Taxidermy by Aubrey Tuttle. Who's Aubrey Tuttle?
Aubrey Tuttle was Sir Hubert's favorite taxidermist.
What's in this next closet? I'll open the door. Jeepers, 4 dead bodies. There's something here that ain't kosher, Bellwether. I'm taking another gander at Sir Hubert's body.
Mr. Shovel, what's this Sir Hubert is sitting on?
Oh, it's a newspaper. Sir Hubert is only 4 feet 8 inches tall. He has to sit on the Sunday Times to look over the chess table.
Yes, but the date on this paper, November 7th, 1933.
This paper's 15 years old. Sir Hubert has been dead for 15 years.
I say, this is going to be a blow to our club, you know. We elected him president 2 years ago.
It's incredible. Sir Hubert dead 15 years? Why, he looks the same today as he did 15 years ago.
Identically the same.
Sir Hubert is the same as he was 15 years ago, Lady Bottomley.
What?
Look at this hole in his head. What do you see sticking out?
Mohair.
Mohair is right. Sir Hubert has been stuffed.
Stuffed?
Look here on his neck. One of them labels that was on the elephant. Taxidermy by Aubrey Tuttle.
You mean the taxidermist actually murdered my brother, Sir Hubert, and then stuffed him?
Yeah, Lady Bottomley.
Extraordinary. Who was the taxidermist?
You, Bellwether.
But I'm the butler. My name is Bellwether. Hercules T. Bellwether.
Oh, yeah? That signet ring on your thumb there. The initials is A.T.
A.T.? Oh, that's an abbreviation for Athlete. Rule Britannia.
Stop the music! The jig is up, Aubrey Tuttle. You might as well confess. It'll make me very happy.
Oh, but happiness is so middle class.
Regardless.
I do wish you'd confess, Bellwether. I'm famished for a cup of tea.
Very well, Lady Bottomley. I am Aubrey Tuttle.
I knew it.
I killed Sir Hubert.
Oh, you bounder.
But why? But why, Mr. Tuttle?
Well, 15 years ago, Sir Hubert returned from Africa with a boatload of big game. I was his taxidermist.
And you stuffed the animals?
I put everything I had into them. When I finished, my bill was £2,000. Sir Hubert refused to pay me.
You was penniless, eh?
I had to have money. I knew Sir Hubert was getting £20 a month from his sister in England, so I decided to murder Sir Hubert, pose as his butler, and collect the money he owed me.
What became of Bellwether, the real butler?
Well, he's in the closet with the rest of the staff.
You mean them stuffed stiffs of the staff? Why did you kill them and stuff them, Bellwether?
I had some mohair left over.
Aubrey Tuttle, you are a fiend, definitely.
By Jove, my opponent dead for 15 years. It's so difficult to tell in chess.
Say, where are you going, Tuttle?
I think I shall step out for a bit of swan-upping.
Come back here, you.
Unhand me, you succulent mendicant.
Right in the peeper.
A bit of a shiner.
Okay, Tuttle. You're coming with me,
Or what?
Or my name ain't Sam Shovel, Private Black Eye. As we take a final look around the Ford dealer's showroom at the shiny new Fords, here's an invitation. Your Ford dealer wants to show you the 49 Ford. You owe it to yourself to see it. So come on over. With its new low look and midship ride, magic action brakes, and new springs, the 49 Ford is the car of the year. Next week, our guest will be Miss Helen Traubel. Thank you and good night.
Don't forget, next Sunday night, tune in Fred Allen and relax. The Fred Allen Guarantee and National Surety Corporation bond will be in effect for Fred Allen's program next Sunday night.